Okay, good afternoon. During the declared emergency in the City of Toronto, Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings are being conducted via WebEx, an online digital platform, and will be live streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. These measures are necessary to comply with physical distancing requirements and a provincial order that limits attendance at public gatherings. My name is Nancy Oman, and I will be chairing this hearing. Panel members participating via WebEx and who can be seen and heard are Carl Nipfel, Larry Clay, Zahir Bayat, and Yim Chan. City staff will be assisting us throughout the meeting, including moderating the WebEx platform. And agents and applicants and other interested parties participating in this virtual hearing registered in advance, and they will be connecting through WebEx using a compatible electronic device. Their participation will be through audio only. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting for the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision for an application must submit a written request by email to the general email address for the Committee of Adjustment, Toronto and East York District Office. Please include your name, address, and an email address. All Committee of Adjustment and TLAB notifications and appeal updates will be sent by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions will be set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. Participants who have registered in advance will be connected to this virtual hearing and will be muted automatically upon entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. And when the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly and clearly state your name and address. Please confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. Where required, the applicant or agent will proceed first with a presentation of the application, and then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have completed their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will be unmuted and will have an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Staff and panel members, does anyone have an interest to declare? Okay, seeing none. And Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any files to be closed this afternoon?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks. All right, the first item is item number 21, 50 WROXETER Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, as well as a Metrolinx corridor development permit. We have presentation materials from the agent. We have email correspondence from planning received in our supplemental agenda asking for a condition. 4 form letters in support from 48 and 53. So 48 is adjacent, as well as number 59 Roxeter and 55 Strathcona. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Yes. Yes, hello.
Hi, can you state your name for the record, please?
Hi, my name is Bree Johnson. I am the architect for 50 Roxeter from Silver Studio Architect.
Okay, and you're speaking on behalf of the owner, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thanks. Okay, panel members, I'm not sure we need an app or a presentation. We only have 3 variances before us. Do you have any questions for the agent? No? Mr. Nipfel? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ms. Johnson, are you aware of the planning department condition, requested condition?
I actually am not. I checked the development application site this morning and I did not see any extra letters added from the planning department.
Maybe staff can put it up on the screen so you can see it.
In addition to that, on the 3rd floor deck, you, on the one of the elevation drawings, you indicate a screen barrier. It appears on one side, on the east side, but it looks to me as though there's a privacy concern on both sides. So I think there needs to be a screen on the east and west side. Do you have a problem with that?
I don't think so. No, I don't have an issue with that.
Okay.
Okay, can you, the condition?
Here's the condition now.
Yeah, on the screen.
Okay. To the rear. Oh, yeah. Yes, we don't have an issue with that. This basically says that we are to be limited to the dimensions provided on the drawings that we submitted, and that is our intention. So.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, panel members? Okay, Ms. Johnson, we're ready to go into committee to make a decision. Is there anything you want to add that's not in the submissions?
I don't think so. I think we were clear with the reasonings. We thought this was minor and an explanation of the proposal.
Okay, thank you. Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Bayat. You're muted. You're on a roll today with being muted.
I'm sorry. This application is quite straightforward. They really have no reason to not to approve the application as is, with the condition, planning condition related to variance number 1.
Okay, and also the condition that Mr. Nipfel's looking for with 1.5 screening on both sides of the deck. Are you okay with that?
Yes, thank you.
That would be the east and the west side. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so with that condition, as well as the planning condition, Mr. Bayat moves approval. Do I have a seconder, Ms. Chan? Okay, so all in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. The next item is item number 22, 213 Logan Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 17 photographs of the subject property, as well as examples on Logan, Booth, and Morse. Arborist report prepared by White Tree Care, presentation materials from the agent, and 2 form letters in support from both adjacent owners, 211 and 215 Logan Avenue. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon.
Hi, can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Lina Rodriguez, and I'm the agent for the owner.
Okay. Panel members, we have 3 variances before us. I don't think we need a presentation. Do you have any question for Ms. Rodriguez? No? Okay. Ms. Rodriguez, we don't have any questions. Is there anything you want to add that's not in the materials that we have before us before we make a decision on this?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, let's take it into committee. Ms. Chan? Carl, just as an aside, Carl, I actually can't see your hand unless you pull it in more. Yeah, that's better. Just that's why
Okay.
I'm probably missing you half the time.
Carl, so that's, Carl, do you want to go? I didn't see your hand either. Oh, is it my
I
turn?
was going to move approval. If you want to do it, that's fine, Kim.
Oh, okay. I am in agreement. I think that this is a straightforward application, and I do not see there's any that they're suggesting there's a deck or balcony, but I do not see there's any issues about overlooking. So I will move for approval with no conditions.
Okay,
So-
so Carl, did you want a second since your hand was kind
Sure.
of aside? All right.
Sure.
So motion to approve moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? So that carries unanimously. Your application's approved. The next item is item number 23, 10 Lark Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have email correspondence from planning asking for a condition, and that came in our supplemental report. Maybe if staff can put the condition up on the screen so people can see it. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hi, this is Ozren Stambuk. I am the agent of the applicant.
All right, I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, any questions for the agent? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You are proposing new interlock paving in the backyard. Would you have any difficulty if that paving were permeable paving to allow the moisture to go through to the substrate?
Through you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. I have actually not discussed this with the owner, so I don't feel at liberty to say yes or no for this, but I would mention that the way I understand pavers to work is there is some permeability. It's not the same as concrete paving. So the kind of the connections between the permeable stones do allow some water to seep through. So if it's not a condition of approval, I would prefer to stick to the planning recommendations of planting the tree, and since they didn't have an issue with the permeability of it.
Okay, the issue normally is with the substrate, what the pavers are laid on. I am only prepared to support this application if there is permeable pavers, because I think we need to do everything we can to allow for the percolation of water through the soil. So, and since the interlock isn't there already, to transfer it to permeable pavers means laying it on gravel instead of sand.
Okay, in that case, I would support this condition.
Okay, thank you.
I would just make the point on the heels of that for this applicant and any others that are listening. If you're doing interlocking, putting permeable down is A, no more expensive, and B, no more difficult than the traditional way of doing it with sand. So it shouldn't be an issue for anyone who hasn't already put something down to replace interlocking with permeable. So thanks for raising that, Carl.
Ms. Yim, just 1 second. I think Mr. Bayat had his hand up first, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to follow up on the that was the issue that went through my mind as well when I was looking at this application, particularly as you're looking at a 21.44% rear yard soft landscaping. And just to mention to the applicant, from my understanding, you can even lay down concrete, but it's porous concrete. So there are lots of options now in terms of making your paving permeable, and literally permeable, not just merely permeability through where the interlocking bricks meet each other. So I certainly would be able to support that with that condition in mind.
Ms. Chan?
Yes, I just want to follow up about the permeable papers. Following what Larry said, is that another benefit is actually I have it in my backyard, and my backyard is always the driest among all my neighbors. So it's actually a benefit too, to your own comfort. There will be no ponding or a little bit of water like that. That's a good thing to do. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Mr. Stanbrook, we're ready to take this into committee to make a decision. Is there anything you want to add that's not in the materials we already have?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add that I really, really appreciate your explanations of the permeability requirement. And I think it's very useful to have this information stated like you have so clearly. And it's very useful because I'm sure the owner is listening in at the moment. So it's very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Let's take it into committee. Mr. Bayat, if you can hear me, we've lost you, but we'll take it into committee for making, now you're back. So you're kind of coming in and out. So Mr. Niffel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Unless my colleagues have any difficulty with this application, I think it's very straightforward. Minor, it's a garage in the backyard. I'd like to move approval subject to the paving in the rear yard being of permeable pavers.
Oh, sorry, what did you want to say? And the planning condition, did you include that one also?
I have missed that totally. Sorry, is that in the added?
It's on the screen. Yeah, it's in the sup.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have that written in another book. Yeah, the planning condition as well. My mistake. Sorry.
No worries. Okay, so that motion is to approve, including the planning condition that's on the screen, as well as a condition for permeable pavers. Moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, so that carries unanimously. Okay, item number 24, 12 Leroy Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a chart that shows comparable approved variances in the area. We have 16 photographs of the subject property and a number of other properties in the area. We have a lot of previous decisions that were cited in the area by the agent, as well as 14 form letters in support from number 6, number 10, that's adjacent, 22, 23, 30, 33, 40, 57, 78, 79, 90 Leroy Avenue, and 979 Greenwood Avenue, as well as 426 Mortimer and 293 Salmon. We have opposition from number 8, Leroy, number 14, which is adjacent, as well as number 13. I'm showing one speaker in opposition listed. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hi, my name is Daniel Vinciani and I represent the owners.
Okay, you're sounding very muffled. So I'm not sure if you're too close to the mic or what, but I did catch your name.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to have you do a brief presentation, so no more than 5 minutes. We'll start the clock when you start speaking, because I do have one opposition speaker.
Sure. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members. Proposal consists of a second floor addition, a two-story front and rear addition, and an integral garage. The current dwelling is a one-story bungalow, which only has one bedroom. My clients, due to their growing needs and changing family dynamics, they have at least 3 grandchildren, have realized that they need more space, and to COVID, they have realized the importance of having more space indoors. The owners really love their neighborhood, primarily because of its vibrant, diverse character, consisting of a variety of architectural styles, traditional, contemporary, and renovated houses, composed primarily of 1- and 2-story semi-detached dwellings and at times 3-story houses. There is currently front yard parking with a city tag, but the driveway on the front is tapered driveways, and it makes it challenging to park, and especially with clearing snow in the winter. The current detached garage at the rear is almost impossible to access due to the narrow driveway. So we are proposing to demolish the garage at the rear and reclaiming that area by restoring it with sod. Regarding the variance for soft landscaping at the front, we're only asking for 7% less, but we are restoring the existing driveway portion on the city property with sod, which is a lot more. It works out to about 50 square feet, equivalent to 4.5 meters squared. And also the other reason why we have this variance is because the existing right-of-way has to be included on the calculation, and we cannot remove that hard surface, so by default it counts against us. But in the overall picture, we are adding more sod to the property front and back. Planning did reach out to us, and we did provide them the supplementary documentation, and they were pleased with the information and they had no further comments. We are not requesting any side yard variances for the building, nor any length or depth variances. The variances requested are in line with those in the neighborhood and even lower at times. I have provided supported documentations, a list of neighboring properties, decisions, and pictures that support the size of our proposal as very modest, compatible, and complements the existing build form in the neighborhood with respect to density, height, coverage, and FSI. Our proposal consists of a contemporary style which is reflective of the diverse and revitalized character found throughout the neighborhood and built in the last 10 years, which clearly shows that sensitive integration in the area can coexist. The property is zoned RS, a residential semi-detached zone, which allows for 75% FSI and allows for more flexibility and density versus an RD zone, which is 45% FSI. And unlike the RD zone, there is no restrictions in the area for a flat roof. To conclude, we are of the opinion that our proposal is minor in nature, desirable, and meets the intent of zoning and official plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll have you back after we hear from the opposition. And before I go to the opposition, I just want to mention there is a forestry condition number 2. It's not listed in our material list, but it is in the tab for this application. So, okay, do you have the opposition on the line?
Oh,
Hi, what's your name?
yes, good afternoon. It's Margot McKinnon, and I'm here with my husband, Gavin McDougall.
Okay.
I believe it's Gavin and Margot McDougall.
Okay, and
At
you're at,
13.
what's your address?
13 Leroy Avenue.
Now, are you both intending to speak or just?
No.
Okay, so are you the spokesperson?
Yes, I am.
All right, we're going to start the clock now, so you have 5 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
I really don't think I'll need 5 minutes.
Oh,
I just have one additional point because we did file a letter of objection, and obviously I'm not going to reiterate the points that were made in that letter. But we're seeking actually a clarification. So I'm hoping that someone on the committee or Mr. Vincani can help because we're not that familiar with the interplay of plans and notices. And the question that we have has to do with the rear exterior wall height. those are the numbers 4 and 5 in the notice. In the notice, the public notice, they're listed as requesting a variance for each of 7.99 meters. And when we look at the plans, when we look at the pages of the plans, pages 12, 14, and 15 that seem to address the exterior height, we see the figure of 8.47 meters, which to our unskilled eyes appears to be the height. So perhaps that's at pages 12, 14, and 15. We see the figure 8.47. And we're just wondering how that jives with the 7.99 in the notice and what we're missing.
Okay, is there anything else you want to raise? Because there's no back and forth. Like once I go to the agent.
All right. So I just point out that, just for example, the page that's on the screen right now, on the right. Sorry, it's not on that page actually.
Just tell us which one and we'll put it up for you.
That one, which is showing as 132 out of 1226 on the far left, that figure of 8.47. .47 to the top of roof parapet. All right, so that is what the clarification that we sought, or what we're raising, is that figure versus the 7.99 that's cited in the notice. So I guess going to the second point, which is in addition to what's in our materials, is the comparison that the applicant is making with the only other house on this block that is in the materials that are filed in the photos and in the comparable or comparable chart, and that's the house at 22 Leroy. All of the other addresses listed are north of Mortimer, which, as I'm sure you're aware, is a busy, Mortimer itself is a busy, wide two-way street, and the street on the north side of Leroy is to our to us that is a different neighborhood. That is not our block. So with respect to the house at 22 Leroy, in the comparable chart, the height variances of the exterior walls are shown to be 8.02 and 8.22. And I don't know which wall is which height, but they're both above what the bylaw stipulates. If you look at the photo of 22 Leroy, which is number 7 of 16 in the photos, I don't know what page number it is. So there you have it, page 140. You can see that in the front, that there is a rather pronounced architectural feature which gives it that height. It is not the entire front facade. So I just wanted to, we just wanted to differentiate and point out the differences that the so-called comparables are, as you are well aware, need to be looked at very carefully and in the context of other matters. Those are all my submissions.
Okay, thank you very much. Just
Thank you.
before I go back to the agent, first of all, panel members, any questions of the speaker? No? Okay, and then just Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, this was one of the items. So for, I think it was variance number 2, that 35% is correct, but in brackets, it should read 83.51 meters squared, correct? Instead of the 100, 40.49?
That is correct.
And then, I'm sorry, just for variance number 7, can you just, I think there was a typo there too, or maybe I'm misreading the message here. I think, didn't it say front yard setback? Should it be rear yard? Like we're at the, see before, like where it says it may not encroach into the required front yard setback, but shouldn't it be rear yard setback? Is that?
I think that's maybe for another application.
Is it? Because I have it under this one. Okay.
I think
maybe
it
my
was
notes-
under number 27, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
Yes, for number 27, I believe.
I have a different note for that one, but
Yeah, there's two corrections on item number 27.
okay. Okay, but why is it talking about the rear deck will encroach into the rear yard setback, but before that you're talking about a front yard setback? Shouldn't it read rear yard?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
See what I'm saying?
Okay, that wasn't picked up earlier.
Okay, sorry, I
okay.
thought we had, you actually did pick it up in the note I have, so.
Oh,
So,
I
yeah.
put it down for another one.
Oh, okay, well, maybe it's it happened twice, but anyway, I think
All
that
right.
needs to be rear. So if you're gonna correct that. Okay, so I'm now gonna go to the agent, and can you just speak to the issues raised and address the questions that were put forward by the speaker?
Yes, of course. So first of all, I would just like to address number 7 with respect to the porch. So there is no discrepancy on the zoning notice, but there was only on the in the committee one. The committee posted committee public notice.
Yeah, the corrections we're gonna make, right?
So it's only on the committee public
Yeah,
notice.
yeah,
You
we're just gonna, they're like considered typos, so we're gonna fix them.
Yeah, okay. So, with respect to the neighbor across the street, the height gets measured to the underside of the soffit, okay? And in certain examples, like 22 LEROY, because certain area of the front of the house or on the side of the house, then they'll measure those areas sometimes to the peak of the roof, right? So if you're looking at the side wall on 22 LEROY, they'll measure to the peak of the roof where the brick is or where the stucco is, right? But if we go down to the next picture, for example, okay, so we clearly see that there is a 3-story dwelling on 76 LEROY, but the way the bylaw is written, right, it counts for 2 sets of walls. So it's either the front and the back or the 2 sides, right? So in this case, it got a variance on the front of the wall if the back of the wall is also pitched, right? So then you eliminate the variance on the sides if it's in compliance, right? But further to her argument that it's 2 different neighborhoods, I would like to disagree with that because LEROY is one street. It continues from one side of the Mortimer to the other side of the Mortimer, right? So on one side of Mortimer, there's been more development, and if you see certain houses such as this, for example, the underside of the soffit of this house is even higher than our entire house, right? So we technically are complying with the overall height of the building. The only height that it's kicking in is because of the architectural feature portion at the front that extends past the roof, but that's about it. And on the table that we provided the comparisons, you could clearly see that our proposal is very modest and more sensitive than what's already been built around the area. Hope I've answered your question.
Well, Mr. Nipfel has a question, and then Ms. Chan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think it does with regard to the height. Could we pull up the front elevation? the question was your variance request is for 7.99 meters. But
Right.
the elevation drawing tends to suggest that the building is higher than that. The dimension on your own drawing is,
Right.
if I've got it correct here.
8.47.
Yeah, so I think the neighbor was quite right to point out that it doesn't appear to comply. Appreciate there's a soffit on the other side, but on the right-hand side, the building is 8.47 meters in height, is it not?
Yes.
So that doesn't comply with the variance that you've requested.
Now, the variance that we've requested is 7.99 to the underside of the soffit, right? But the examiner has only given us that variance. If the committee deems it necessary for us to continue the overhang throughout the entire second floor, then we can do that.
I'm confused. This building is higher than the variance that you've requested, it seems to me. And by simply tacking that decorative thing across the front of the roof, it doesn't seem that you've necessarily addressed the issue, which is a concern for height. It seems to me that the variance we have before us and the site and the drawings we have before us don't comply. They're not for the same thing. It appears you need a larger variance.
Like I said, we can extend the overhang all around the second floor, right? Like we have on the left side of the front of the dwelling, we can continue the overhang, and the distance from the underside of the overhang to the established grade is 7.99. So that speaks with respect to the wall height of the dwelling.
Yeah, the variance is for wall heights, not for actual height of the entire building. Yeah, I've
Yes.
I can understand why this is confusing to the general public. Whatever. Okay. I think that's a terrible solution, but you've answered the question. Technically, your building that is 8.47 meters high really isn't that high technically, and that's an unfortunate reading of the bylaw.
because the actual height variance is in variance number 3, right, which is 8.88. Unless I'm missing something. So that 8.47 would fall within 8.88.
If I can comment to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the 8.88 speaks to the overall height of the building. So in this case, this variance was triggered only because the architectural feature at the front of the building, because the overall height of the building is 8.43, I believe, right? So if we don't have that architectural feature in the front, then this variance would not be triggered.
Ms. Chan, you had a question?
Maybe a comment. I agree with Kyle in this sense. It's confusing because the variance number 2, number 3. Sorry, number 4. It is still controlling the main wall, the front main wall height. But the drawing is showing more than 7.99, and although the overall height will allow you higher, but then the main wall you still have to stick with the 7.99. But in your drawing on the right-hand side of your wall is exceeding that.
Right.
I do not know how to solve this. Maybe just have a revision on your drawing so that your main wall height meets the requirement.
Well, if I can speak to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, so in order to make it clear and more sensitive for everyone, then like I said, just like we have the overhang portion on the left side of the front facade, we can carry that over on all four sides of the building. That way, the 7.99 variance will be consistent on all four sides. So it will be true to what is that we're seeking at committee.
So the 7.99 is kind of hard to see, is measured to the bottom of that gray part, the upper gray part. I can see the line. It's the middle line, right?
Right.
It's to the line that says the underside of the
Yeah.
finished
Yeah.
ceiling. It's the same line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're suggesting that you would put that feature all the way around? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, instead of having like a flat portion on the other two sides of the building, then we could carry over the overhang all throughout. Therefore, it would be true to the 7.99 variance.
Okay, Mr. Bayat.
Just again, same issue. So variance number 3 is asking for the altered dwelling will have a height of 8.88. Is it therefore necessary to have variance number 4 and also number 5? Because if we approve variance number 3, it's the overall height of the building. Would that not also include 4 and 5?
If I can speak to that?
Yeah, that
Please.
was
So-
a question to you, so go ahead.
Okay, okay. So there is two different height requirements. So if you look at the reference, chapter 10.4410.1 and then 10.4410.2. So there's two different heights. One is an overall height to the top of the roof, and then there is a wall height. Okay, so in this case, on one side, the top of the roof is the same as the wall height, right? So in order to make this clear for everyone, I'm suggesting to continue the overhang all around the building. Therefore, it would be 7.99 to the top of the wall, which means to the underside of the overhang, and the 8.8 height will remain to the top of the architectural feature.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Any other questions, panel members? No? Okay, well, we'll take it into committee. Mr. Bayat, did you have a question or? Yeah.
Yes, I did. Actually, there was just one other item. I was just looking at the site plan, and at the front of the house, you've got an indication of removing interlock and replacing it with an asphalt driveway. I would prefer not to have an asphalt driveway, but rather permeable paving, as well as the interlocking brick that you have at both at the front and at the rear. Could that be, could you please use, is it possible to use permeable materials?
Sure, we could do that. Yeah.
Since you're digging it up anyway, I thought it'd be a good opportunity to allow for some permeability.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you.
We actually tried to
Thank you very much.
as much sod as we could, given the site. But yes.
Okay,
Excellent, thank you.
any other questions? Okay, let's take it into committee. I don't know who had their hand up first. I think it was Larry.
Thanks, Chair. I think we're probably all going to say the same thing. There's two things. It is unfortunate that the zoning examiner measured one side of the structure and not the other side. I think that's probably leads to a little bit of the confusion. But I did want to just acknowledge for a moment a lot of the folks who wrote in, particularly the adjacent neighbors, who expressed a lot of concern about the prevailing architectural nature of the 4 or 5 bungalows along the strip there. And a lot of the comments were about trying to preserve and retain that. And well, I think as a committee, we're sympathetic to those sorts of things. The proposed structure, frankly, is a fairly common new build right across the city. We see a lot of this. This is kind of the new trend in houses that we see. So it's not out of line, I don't think, at all with the type of application that we have been seeing and are seeing in established neighborhoods. So, well, again, I'm sympathetic to people's interest in retaining that architectural structure. I don't think that that the proposal before us today is out of keeping or out of character with what we're seeing elsewhere. So, and I think notwithstanding the concerns about height and some of the trickiness about what is being proposed, I don't think that from my perspective, I don't think the variances being proposed are major at all. I think they're relatively minor. I think that the proposed new build is reasonable in that context. So I'll be supporting this application.
Okay, Mr. Niffel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Excuse me. Like Larry, I was very impressed with the information that was provided by the people in opposition, particularly, and I'm going to pronounce the name incorrectly, Ernest Bugar at 8 Leroy. And I wanted to comment on something he said, because I don't want what we're doing to be misunderstood. He is arguing that there is a very strong and characteristic historical fabric to this part of the street of preserved bungalows. I agree with him. He's arguing that the proposal is out of keeping with that fabric. I agree with him about that as well. The difficulty is that we're measuring this proposal against the bylaw and the requested revisions to the bylaw, and there's nothing in the variances that we have that would help us in that regard. The variances relative to height are very, very minor. And so you can't basically say, I'm not going to approve this application because the variances are going to provide for a form of development that I don't agree with. I think the reality is that there are pockets of these preserved bungalows that really should be preserved. But the way to do that is to have an established district created in the official plan. We don't have that, and that may be something that you may want to discuss with your representatives or with the planning department. In the absence of those kind of designations, as Mr. Clay has indicated, this is a pretty standard form of infill housing. And were he asking for substantial height increases, I would vote against this, because I agree that it doesn't fit in. But there is nothing in the requested variances here that gives me any kind of help in coming to that conclusion. So I feel it's important that we explain that we're not listening. We are listening, but we don't have the tools to do what you'd like us to do.
Okay, anyone else? Ms. Chan? Yeah, go ahead.
I just need to, oh yes, I just want to add one comment, is that unfortunately there's some maybe inaccuracy in terms of joints and the main wall height. I actually like the way it is, but if they have to meet that requirement, that by putting another eyebrow, the eyebrow all across is actually increasing the massing of the building. But that's actually, I like the way it is, but then of course it's exceeding what the variance allows them to do. So that's my comment, but I'm in support of the application, and I agree with Larry's comment that it is just a very standard infill housing style now.
Okay, Mr. Clay.
Yeah, I think I'm happy to move a motion, Chair. I'm not really convinced that we need to put a condition that soffit be carried across. I kind of agree with Yim. I'm not sure that would be an attractive addition to the facade of the house. So I'm going to defer in this case to the zoning examiner and the variance before us. And I'm not going to suggest we put a condition that be carried across. So I'm happy to move a motion to approve this application subject to forestry condition number 2.
And what about the condition for permeable pavers on the driveway?
And of course, that the driveway be and the walkway in the front. I think that we're.
Well, doesn't it, aren't they going to replace it with sod? I mean, unless I'm misreading something here, or.
No.
I think I know the
Is that
driveway
the-
he was going to put asphalt.
What's the box below then that says the exterior interlock to be removed and replaced with sod, or am I misreading something? I don't know. Is that referring? What is that referencing? I thought it was.
Can we go out of committee and ask the applicant?
Yeah, can you please clarify that box there that says removing interlock and replacing with sod at the owner's expense? Mr. Vincani? You there, Mr. Vincani?
Sorry, can you hear me?
No, yeah, now I can. So just about that box, that's all I want. What is that
Yeah.
referencing?
So that portion of the driveway, it's currently on city property. So because we are making the new driveway, that portion needs to be infilled with sod on city property. So we're actually adding more sod to the front of the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Clay, so, yeah, the driveway and what else? Permeable pavers?
I wondered about where the site plan shows interlocking walkway. Is that?
I don't know, Mr. Bayat, you're the one that was asking. Do you know the other portions?
Yeah. There's interlock paving in the front and in the back.
Oh, I see a walkway there, yeah. Okay, so for the both,
Interlock,
are they both walkways or is it a, yeah,
and
yeah.
that's what they listed. It's interlock walkway,
okay.
both front and back.
So permeable pavers for the driveway and the interlock walkways at the back and front, does that cover it? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's the condition then, Mr. Clay. Is that okay?
Yep, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion?
Yes, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
So motion to
Can,
approve.
can I just get it, before we vote, can I just clarify this? I'm sorry to do this. The driveway along the side is concrete. Does that mean that this condition requires that he take the concrete driveway out?
No.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Okay, but I think the way it's worded, it sort of does.
I think we were aiming for the part where it's the proposed asphalt.
Okay, so
Okay,
Mr.
I just need to make, I just think we need to be careful that the condition doesn't require him to take that concrete driveway out, because I didn't think that was your intention.
Okay, Mr. Vincani, just so we get it right, can you just tell us the area that, that's just a specific area?
So the committee can make a condition based on a proposed asphalt driveway that leads to the garage, right? Because the existing that's there between the two houses, it's currently there, so. Well,
Okay, so if the condition read like in, that the proposed portion or of the driveway to be asphalted be done in permeable pavers.
sure.
Does that
Yep.
cover it? Does that that Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, if you have better wording?
Would this work? The driveway located in the front yard in front of the garage and the front yard and rear yard walkway shall be constructed with permeable pavers.
That's better, yeah.
Okay,
Does that work?
That's
Okay.
great, thank you.
all right, so, the motion with that, condition as outlined by staff, moved by Mr. Clay and also forestry number 2, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. All right, item number 25. 189 Cowan Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Previous decision affecting the subject property. We have correspondence received from the agent in our supplemental agenda. Correspondence in support from both adjacent neighbors at 187 and 191. I don't have any speakers other than the agent. And do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, I am here. My name is Howard Dixon, D-I-X-O-N.
Okay. Panel members, we have one variance before us. I don't think we need a presentation. Any questions for the agent? Seeing none? Hold on, I'm just looking, I'm watching, Miss Chan, give me 1 second. I'm just watching Mr. Clay and Mr. Nipfel to make sure they don't have any questions. Yeah.
No, I think we're just looking to see what the difference between the original approval was versus what they're requesting today. And it looks like it's just a clarification of the actual depth.
If I
And
might,
I'm trying to determine if there is privacy screen. There isn't privacy screening, as far as I can see, proposed on the sides of the balcony. And I'm wondering if the applicant could speak to that, because I think it's needed.
I think there was some correspondence about screening. It's in the SUP. I don't know how fast I can find it, but sure. Mr. Dixon, can you just speak to the screening?
yes, I can speak to both issues. This application is a result of an unfortunate arithmetic error in the original variance application that was approved back in 2000. That was approved, I believe, October 30th, 2020. So when there was an arithmetic error, and that arithmetic error is 300 millimeters, 1 foot. And this is a 1894 house that was built over time in 4 sections, and there was a measuring error. So when the permit application to give rise to the earlier variance went in, there was a discrepancy. So this new variance adds 300 millimeters of permitted depth to the structure. So that's the first issue. And then in the October 2020 variance, there was a condition for privacy screening, and we submitted correspondence saying that the applicant would accept the same condition in this. This is the best example of a technical correction application I've ever seen.
Do you know the wording of that condition? Do you have it there?
Yeah, I do. I have a copy of the decision.
You have screening shown on your elevation drawing, but not on the plans. And I read what you just referred to, and I wasn't sure what the condition was either.
Yeah, the condition was screening on the north and south side, and I believe, here it is, in the October 30th, 2020 decision, last paragraph adds a condition of 1.5 meter high screening.
Yeah, okay. On both of those sides.
North and south, correct.
Yeah, okay, that's terrific. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Mr. Dixon, we're ready to go into committee. Anything you want to add that's not in the materials?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Nipfel.
Madam Chairman, the only concern I had with this application was screening of the deck. It's a very minor application. I don't think, except for the privacy issues, it creates any difficulties for abutting neighbors. So I would like to move approval of the application. And I don't know if you want to word it that the same condition for screening, or do you, if you wish to spell it out, 1.5 meter opaque screening on the north and south sides of the second floor deck.
Yeah, I think we should just put it like that. Okay, so the motion then with the condition that Mr. Niffel just read to approve, moved by Mr. Niffel, seconded by Mr. Bayat. Okay, all in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 26, 96 Garden Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, correspondence in opposition from 101 Fern and 105 Fern. And I don't have any opposition speakers, just the agent. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line. Thank you.
And you
My
are?
name is, I am LEROY Van Grohl. I'm the agent that the owner has hired to speak to this presentation.
Okay, so we only have 2 variances before us. I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Clay and then Mr. Niffel.
Sure. I was just reading the correspondence from the people that were in opposition, and there was an assertion, I think, in one of the letters that the garage is already built. Is that true?
That is true, and it's a series of perhaps unfortunate situations that led this to the situation that we are facing now. The true applicant in this is actually the neighbor at 100 Garden Avenue, which is the house immediately adjacent to this property, where they have built a laneway suite. And so in order for them to build the laneway suite house, they asked their neighbors at 96 Garden, could we dismantle your garage, use it as a staging area to build our laneway suite, and then we will build you a brand new garage. So the existing garage they had was practically falling over anyway. So the owners at 96 Garden were very pleased that for allowing or accommodating that, they would get a new garage. So the project went forward. 100 Garden built their laneway house, and then in the process of building the laneway house, had made an application to the city to get a building permit for the garage they were going to replace the old garage with. And in the process of doing that, they discovered that the garage they intended to build for the neighbor didn't meet the bylaw. So they adjusted slightly the size of the garage so that it would meet the bylaw, submitted that for building permit, got the building permit issued, and then went to the neighbor and said, we're going to build your garage. This is what the bylaw says we can build. And the neighbor turned to them and said, you tore down, and even you tore down my much larger existing garage, and now you're building me a smaller garage. That's completely unacceptable to me. I need the garage that you said you were going to build for me in the first place. So at that point, contractor said, okay, then I have to get a variance, because I can't just build you it without the variance in place. And so the neighbor said, all of that's really terrific, but it's actually not my problem. I said you could tear down my garage. You could do that to build your building. Please build me mine. And so, and you told me you would give me back my garage by this certain date. And so the owner at 96 said, fine, I know I said that. I have to proceed. I promised you this. I will build it. I will get you, we will go to the Committee of Adjustment. We will ask for the variances. We believe they are minor. The problem is timing. And so we made our submission to the city. We got involved on this in around late September. We realized we had to get onto the committee as quickly as possible. We made the submissions, et cetera, et cetera. Notwithstanding all of that, we are now in front of you on March 30th because of the time that it takes to see you. And so here we are. Yes, the garage is already built. We apologize for doing that ahead of getting the variances, but the situation with respect to the negotiation between the neighbors to accommodate this is actually what forced my real client's hand in building the garage ahead of having the variances in place.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Chan.
Well, my question is, this time is this the owner is happy with what you have built or it's been built?
The owners at 96 are very happy
Yeah,
with
96
what's
is
built.
yes, it's absolutely happy now.
They are very happy. They have a brand new, beautiful garage.
Okay.
And not only that, the existing garages were lot line to lot line. So the new garage is actually slightly less wide, which accommodates a walkway between the garage that allows them to get to the laneway, which is better than what they had before. And then everyone, notwithstanding the two people who wrote letters who were opposed to this, I actually have 5 letters from neighbors who are also happy that the laneway house and the garage are built 5 feet back from the lot line, making the laneway in that area slightly wider and slightly better for traffic and all, you know, all the things that go on in laneways.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Nipfel.
My question to the applicant was the same as Mr. Clay's. I have a question to the Secretary Treasurer. Do we have to change the purpose then to maintain as it exists?
Is that a yeah? Yeah, that's you. Sorry.
Yeah, it could be to legalize and maintain the rear yard ancillary building, bracket garage.
Okay, but because they didn't get an order to comply, do we still say legalize or do we just say maintain?
To maintain.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
So if it was with an OTC, then it's to permit.
I thought then you said to legalize and maintain. Isn't that? Oh. Yeah, I think it's just to maintain because there's no order to comply or anything. That you gave me that for another one. So I'm reading my notes, your notes. Okay, so you're right. It's to maintain. Okay, any other questions? If not, we'll take this into committee. Mr. Nipfel.
Madam Chairman, this application clearly constitutes an improvement over an existing condition. Notwithstanding the comedy that happened along the way, I don't see that there's any difficulty at all in this application. I'd like to move approval of it and with no conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? I don't know who to go with. 3 of you put your hands up pretty much at the same time. Okay.
Go with Yim.
Okay, going with Yim. All right, motion to approve, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Chan. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty. Item number 27, 19 Millbrook Crescent. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the site trees, covering letter from the agent, email correspondence from planning, and I believe the variance that they had concerns about has been removed, and 3 form letters in support from number 17, 21, which is adjacent, and number 20, Sparkle Avenue. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, David Lang, 2100 Bloor Street West.
Okay, hi. I don't think we need a presentation, panel members. We don't have any other speakers. Do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Bayat?
Just a couple little items. One is variance number 2. Is that error corrected where it says third line does not exceed 0.69 times the area of the lot, 146.6 meters squared? For some reason, I kept thinking, is that an error somewhere? Or maybe not. Perhaps I'm wrong.
I think actually now that you bring it up, Mr. Bayat, I have a note here that it should read 101.15 meters square, but maybe the agent can confirm that.
I got an email yesterday from the examiner. That might have been the correction.
Yeah, that's what I was given by staff. 101.15 meters squared is what it should read.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, is that then treated as a typo? So we treat it as a typo and it'll be corrected in the decision.
Thank you. Just one other question, if I may. Variance number 3, the reduction in landscaping, is that a very small amount of landscaping? Is that an existing condition for this particular property?
Yes, there's the nature of the backyard is sort of in 2 parts. There's an existing parking pad with soft landscaping around it. And then there's some soft landscaping in the backyard. Most of the area right now, it's a small area, but most of it is patio area. So that essentially when they construct the deck, we would be in a way eliminating some of that soft landscaping despite the fact that it's an actual deck and water would get through. But the remaining landscaping that's existing is the area up by the parking pad. It's at a different elevation. That's why there's some steps showing there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Maybe I've misunderstood this, but we have a planning email correspondence from Sean Gunther that says, I've been reviewing your application and have some concerns with the rear landscape variance. Could you provide a rationale? Ideally, we'd like to see you comply so that this variance can be eliminated and add space for stormwater management. What happened after his email? Did you?
So a couple things. I spoke to Sean a couple of weeks ago. Actually, I was emailing with him, and he sent me that email. I responded to it with an explanation about the conditions of the backyard and what we were proposing. And his response back was, thank you very much. We have no further comments. So I was not aware that anything had been added to the file and that there was any other consideration to be given. I'm not sure what maybe this report is asking, because the impression I got from Sean was that they were okay with the minor reduction in soft landscaping that we were asking for, part of it being existing with the parking pad and the nature of the backyard. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. It's just, he didn't send us the additional email. So what we have tends to suggest that the planning department is not satisfied with this application and would like you to eliminate the third variance. I just wanted to know what happened after. It's not helpful if planning gives us a memo like that and then doesn't give us anything that indicates that the issue's been resolved, but you indicate it's been resolved.
Yeah, sorry. It's a very good question because I remember at the time he emailed me back and said, that's fine, no further comments. So I was surprised that you mentioned that there was something there now.
But if I can just interject, I mean, the way I read this is he's talking about rear landscaping and yours is for front yard landscaping. So I just assumed that whatever variance was there before had been removed. Right?
I think it says rear yard landscaping in the variance.
It says, unless I'm looking.
I think this was the other correction, Madam Chair, that it should say rear yard landscaping.
Okay, sorry, like I'm looking at the notice and it says front yard. That's why I just assumed you had got rid of the rear yard variance.
And that's the one that Larry questioned and
So, okay.
you were going to change it as a
Yeah, okay.
a typo.
Sorry. So
but as
that's
long
the
as
typo
planning's
then.
satisfied, that's good. The memo kind of leaves it hanging. So
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Yeah, my understanding was they're satisfied. and it should be definitely rear yard landscaping variance.
Okay, yeah, I did correct it, but because I'm staring at the same notice, I'm not computing my sheet over here, so sorry about that. Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, we're ready to take it into committee. Mr. Lang, do you have anything to add that hasn't been covered already before we go into committee?
No, that's fine. Happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, thanks. All right, we're in committee, panel members. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm in a position to support this application. I think it's relatively straightforward, so I would move forward with a motion to approve with the application as corrected.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that, Ms. Chen? Okay, so motion to approve the application, and that's moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Ms. Chen, and that's with the corrections made as discussed. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item number 28, 706 Richmond Street West. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations. I don't show any speakers other than the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Barry Goldman. I'm the architect and agent for this application. I believe this is minor and meets the 4 tests. I do want to add we're no longer seeking variance number 4. We were able to bring the landscaping up to 25%.
Okay, so you're removing variance number 4?
Yeah, removing variance number 4.
Okay. Okay, let me see if the panel members have any questions for you. Anybody, any questions for Mr. Goldman? No? Okay, sir, the panel have read all the materials. We're actually ready to make a decision on this one, so we'll be looking at it as amended with the removal of variance number 4. Is there anything you want to add before we go into committee? Mr. Goldman, did I lose you?
No, sorry, I didn't realize you were addressing me. No,
Yeah.
I'm content. Please go to committee.
Okay, thanks. All right. Ms. Chan and then Mr. Clay.
Okay, I have a motion
Yeah, go ahead.
here.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Larry will second it then.
As amended agenda, I move for approval with no conditions. I consider the variance as a minor.
Okay, so motion to approve moved by Ms. Chanton and Mr. Clay were seconding. Mr. Niffel, did you want to add something?
I was going to suggest to Yim, if she's open to it, that we tie it to the revised site plan because the site plan shows the change and it would be helpful.
Oh, yeah, that's a good, yeah. Good
Okay.
condition. Okay.
So with that condition then, the motion is moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor to approve? Okay, that carries unanimously with that condition. Thank you. Item number 29, number 2, PRESTEIGN Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised site plan, covering letter from the agent, previous decision affecting the property. We have email correspondence from planning, and I believe that there are no conditions. Staff report from forestry, asking for condition number 1. We have one form letter from the owners of number 11 Denville in support. And no other speakers other than the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, good afternoon. Sarah Barkley, the agent
Hi.
on behalf of the owner. Hi.
All right. Panel members, do you have any questions? Do you need a presentation? No presentation. Any questions for Ms. Barkley? No? Okay, Ms. Barclay, we're ready to take this into committee to make a decision. Is there anything that you would like to add before we go into committee?
No, I mean, I think it's fairly straightforward. It was just really to add on variance number 10, which was incorrectly removed from the last committee hearing. I am happy to clarify that variance if anybody needs that explanation.
No, I think my members were content with all the material they've read, and you know, they're able to make a decision. So I don't see any.
Perfect.
Okay, so we're good. Okay, we'll take it into committee for a decision then. Mr. Clay.
Sure, Chair, this is a very minor technical change from a previous decision. Very straightforward. I don't see any problems at all. I move approval of it subject to forestry condition number 1 and reaffirming the 3 planning conditions that were set out in the original approval.
Okay. Sorry, staff has a question. Larry, hang on.
Sorry, you're imposing the same 3 conditions, or just?
I thought I was confirming them. I don't think the
Okay.
conditions have been lifted, so it's the same conditions.
Okay.
Can somebody explain what the 3 conditions are? I can't find them anywhere. That was my question.
I couldn't
don't know
either,
what-
Darrell.
Okay, so do we need to see them? Because we're going to add the same conditions, but I have no idea what they say.
I was deferring to the expertise of the panel that made the original approval. You might have been
So
on it,
am
Darrell.
I don't know. So is it the conditions that are in the decision then, I guess? Yes.
Yes, it is in the previous decision, yeah. I think it's the page, and on page 3 under the bottom part.
Is it-
I think
is
Yeah,
it-
they're
is
at
it
the
condition 2
bottom in
two-
there. Yeah.
Condition
bottom.
2, 3, and 4, right? The applicant's to plant a tree, the driveway is to be constructed with permeable pavers, and the 2nd-story terrace should be constructed with opaque screening. Are those the conditions?
I think the 4, yes. Yes.
Well, that's a good point, Carl. The planning memo referred to 3 conditions, I thought, and yet there are 4 here.
Yes,
Well,
yeah.
because the first one would probably be the forestry condition, right? Forestry number 1. So the rest.
Yeah, so they look, those 3 conditions look reasonable. I just didn't know where they were. Thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
so Sylvia, you're okay with the conditions then? So you're just gonna add the 3 conditions back in that are there? Yeah, well, it's forestry, yeah. It's, you know, I mean, okay, so, got it. So, staff will write the conditions as before, which includes actually forestry, number 1. So that motion to approve with those conditions, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. Okay, all in favor? That carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. The next item is item number 30, 744 Brock Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and in the supplemental, we received support letters from a lot of addresses on Brock, including both adjacent neighbors at 742 and 746. I do not have any speakers other than the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, Eric Martin here, the agent.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Nipfel?
Yes, to the applicant. Can you tell me what the existing floor space index is? I'm assuming it's more than 0.69.
The existing point, FSI is 0.76.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions, panel members? No? Okay, Mr. Martin, is there anything you want to add? We've read the materials. We're ready to take this into committee for decision.
I could just quickly add, 750 Brock was recently approved or 0.97 for a very similar scope. And 748 Brock, which is 2 doors over, was approved for 1.28.
Okay. All right.
That's it.
That's it? Okay, thanks. We're ready to take it into committee for a decision. Mr. Nifl?
Madam Chairman, I think this is a straightforward application, and as the applicant has clearly indicated, the kinds of variances he's requesting are kind of common within this area. The project is quite compatible with what's existing in the area. I don't see there being any negative implications. I'd like to move approval with no conditions.
Okay, okay, Mr. Bayat seconds. So motion to approve, moved by Mr. Nifl, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? That carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 31, 18 Queen Victoria Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Email correspondence from planning. They're asking for a condition. Maybe staff, if you're able to put it up, the condition. And forestry is asking for condition number 1, and we don't have any other correspondence. And I only have the agent listed as speaker. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, Andrew Trotter, 81 St. Claren's Avenue.
Hi. Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Trotter? No? Mr. Nifl, did you have a question? You're looking very
No.
serious. Okay.
No, I'm just double checking the condition.
Okay. Mr. Trotter, we've read the material. We're ready to make a decision on this one. I assume you're aware of the planning and forestry conditions. Is there anything you want to add?
No, just that virtually every variance on this is existing, whether we make this change or not. So it's really just an existing situation with a little extension of the existing situation. So it's, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll take it into committee for a decision. Ms. Chan?
Yes, I look at it. This is a very straightforward application with the planning condition. I'm happy to move for approval. And the
There's also forestry, yeah.
Forestry
Yes,
and
that's
planning.
subject to forestry.
And planning.
Yes.
And planning. Okay.
Yeah, two conditions by planning.
Okay, Mr. Bayat seconds. So motion to approve, including forestry number 1 and the planning condition that's on the screen. Moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 32, 1173 Dundas Street East, Suite 216. We have before us a copy of the plan of surveys, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. No speakers other than the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Barry Goldman. I am the architect for this application. I believe this is about as minor as it can get. I'm happy to make the presentation if you like, or
No,
answer any questions you may have.
I think we're good, but I do think Mr. Nifl has a question for you.
Very quick one, Madam Chairman. Is this a condominium? And if so, do you have the board of directors approval, or is it freehold?
It is a condo, and this is actually the third one I'm doing in the building. When we go for building permit, we are required to submit authorization from the condo board.
Oh, because in previous applications where it was a condo, we required something from the board of directors to indicate that they support the application. Otherwise, we're ruling on property that the applicant, you, don't own, because it's a shared space, is it not? It's a common element.
Oh,
If
pardon me,
I'm correct, it's a common element, but with exclusive use, right?
Yes, the owner of the suite directly below is intending to create the deck above their space. They do currently have the air rights. So that's part of what they purchased when they bought the condo, was the air right.
I'm just a little nervous as a precedent of rendering an approval or denial on an application where the board of we don't have proof that the board of directors supports what's before us. I won't be voting on this one as a result.
Okay, I do understand what you're saying. This is actually the third unit in this building I'm doing. And I am aware that the condo board, it has been in touch with the owners, and they are in favor of this. All of the units are putting them in. And I'll just say again, it is a condition of the building permit application that at that time we do submit a letter from the condo board with that permission.
Could we get some advice from the Deputy Secretary Treasurer on this? I mean, I have no trouble at all with what they want to do. But I'm nervous about a decision on a piece of a condo without the condos board's written approval.
Through you, Madam Chair. So for Committee of Adjustment applications, we don't require anything from the condominium.
So Carl, I think I was on a panel where we had a similar one where an individual who represented himself as being on the board was in opposition to something like this. So I think that's might be where our apprehension is coming from.
Yeah, you're right.
There's nothing.
I've been in two. One was the one you've mentioned, and I also had another one where I believe we deferred it because we didn't have something from the condo board. If there's a way, because I don't have difficulty with what the proposal is, a good proposal. If there's a way of proceeding, I'm happy to do that. I'm trying to be consistent.
Can we make it? Can we make a condition?
Yeah, I was going to ask Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer is, should the committee, choose to approve this, then could we put it that it's conditional upon the applicant providing committee with a letter from the condo board?
Again, our procedure is not to require it. I mean, as the agent said, you need it for a building permit stage, some
right,
sort of
but
approval.
if he needs it for the building permit, then he would have it anyway, wouldn't he? I don't know. Let me just go to Mr. Goldman. How do you feel about a condition like that? I mean, if you're going to have to provide it for the building permit anyway.
Excuse me. Yeah, we have no objection to that. I will be getting that letter, as you say, in order to apply for the permit. So there's no additional hardship here.
I think that's a good solution.
I'm comfortable with that as well.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Goldman, I think we're ready to make a decision on this. Is there anything you want to add before we go into committee?
No, thank you.
Okay, panel members who are in committee. Mr. Niffel.
Madam Chairman, other than the ownership, I have no difficulty with this application. It seems to be a straightforward expansion of outdoor space. It's reasonable. It's an asset both to the property and to the community. I'd like to move approval with the condition that we receive a notice from the Board of Directors that they support the application.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? I think Mr. Clay had his hand up first. So, motion to approve with that condition for the condo board that they're aware and approve be provided. Moved by Mr. Niffel, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, does anybody want a 5-minute break before we start the 3:30 time slot? Yes? Okay, so we're actually running pretty close to on time, but we're going to take 5 minutes, so we'll be back at 3:40. The next item is item number 33, 47 Carrick Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 8 photographs of trees on the property, covering letter from the agent, 16 form letters in support from residents on Carrick Avenue, including number 45, which is adjacent, as well as yeah, there's a lot of 16 in total, and they're actually all on Carrick Avenue. And correspondence in opposition from number 49, which is the other adjacent neighbor, and I do show that individual listed as a speaker. Yeah, do we have them? Okay. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, good afternoon, committee members, Madam Chair. Graham Barrett, 1575 Dundas Street West, agent for the owners of 47 Carrick Avenue.
Okay, Mr. Barrett, because I do have an opposition speaker listed, if you can do a presentation and we'll start the clock when you start speaking. And is there anything you need us to put up on the screen?
I had submitted a cover letter with some supporting imagery. If you could put that up on screen, that would be great. Maybe just go to the second page to start. I'll run through some of the details of the cover letter. So this is a proposal to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a 3rd-story addition and new front stairs and a rear 2nd-story covered deck within the building footprint. The deck will be screened on the north and south sides. And it's also a proposal to maintain the ancillary structure, which is a deck and pergola in the rear yard. These are abutting the existing garage, and no changes are proposed to the garage. Variance number 2 for side exterior main wall heights is 9.76 meters proposed and 7.5 meters max. And variance number 3 for floor space index, 1.04 slash 189.3 square meters proposed with a 0.6 maximum or 109.39 meters squared. These are required to accommodate the 3rd floor addition, the purpose of which is to provide additional living and work from home space for the owners. The existing dwelling is small for their needs. It's legal non-complying with an FSI of 0.67 or 123 square meters as existing. The proposed addition will also comply with the overall height maximum of 10 meters. There are no changes proposed to the rear yard. The deck and pergola are existing, have been for some time, and variance 1 regarding rear yard soft landscaping is an existing condition. The front stairs will be and reduced as they currently encroach on city property, and this will be rectified. And the front yard and north side yard setbacks are existing conditions. The architect consulted with planning staff prior to submission. These plans were run by staff quite early, and they've indicated they have no concerns, and we have no staff report, so their responsiveness was and is appreciated. As you mentioned, the owners have been very considerate of their needs and have spoken with many of them, obtaining 16 letters of support, and numerous others have offered their support verbally. Now, the lot configuration at the end of Carrick Avenue, if you go back to the zoning map, the second page after my cover letter, it's very unusual. The neighboring property, you may have to zoom in to see that clearly. So you can see 47 Carrick there, and the neighboring property at 49 Carrick. It's pie-shaped. It's quite an anomaly for the neighborhood, and the dwelling at 49 Carrick is set back much further than the adjacent homes. Now, how this came to be, we're really not sure, but it certainly creates a strange situation with the neighboring home being tucked away and essentially sandwiched between the adjacent homes and projecting out quite a bit further into the rear yard as well. There are also several other taller dwellings along the stretch of Carrick Avenue. You scroll through the letter there, you can see some other images. There's also a variety of built form nearby. So that is the subject property, and you can see the adjacent home at 49 Carrick, which is completely tucked away. You scroll down, you'll see a variety of built form in the area, including a large 3-story apartment building directly across the park to the south. Sorry, you can keep on scrolling down. Apologies. That's the existing rear yard. No changes proposed. Keep going, please. That is the 3-story apartment building directly to the south. So quite the variety. A little further down, there's a new home under construction just to the, I believe that's west of the subject property. So we have a new-ish 3-story going in. And there's also a large church in the immediate area. So quite a variety here. I know that it can be difficult sometimes to be the first on a street to put up a full 3-story, but I expect that many more will come in this neighborhood as these homes are updated and brought up to current standards. It can be difficult to be the first to build in this manner, especially in a dense downtown neighborhood. So this is another home actually on your screen, 68 Prescott, 138 meters away. The bottom image there is the house as it was existing, and I was the agent on this one as well, actually. And the drawing above it, the side elevation, just shows the proposal which was approved at the Committee of Adjustment. Beyond that, the owners, again, spoke with many neighbors. We have planning staff unopposed. I'm of the opinion this proposal passes the 4 tests and will provide much needed living and working from home space for the owners. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Mr. Niffel?
Mr. Barrett, you mentioned in your covering letter that there's screening on the north and the south sides of the second floor deck. I can't find it on the plan, and I find it kind of suggested on one of the elevations. Would you have difficulty if we specified a condition that you provide 1.5 meter opaque screening on the north and the south? It sounds as though that's what you've intended anyway, but I can't find it on your drawings.
Yeah, absolutely. The condition there is fine. It's just the deck is actually located within the building footprint.
But there's nothing on the ends of it, right, to prevent overlook?
I believe there is a notation on the drawings, but I'm happy with that condition to ensure that the north and south side are appropriately screened.
Okay, I can find a notation for you if it's helpful. I just had it here a minute ago.
I'm just scrolling through here. Yeah, we do have privacy walls shown on the drawing A19, which would be the east elevation. You can see privacy in very fine print there.
Yeah, that's why my eyes are failing me.
Mine as well.
So we'll just clarify it with a condition then. That I found it on elevations, but not on the plan. Yeah.
Yeah, privacy screening on that second floor deck is absolutely fine.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'm going to go to the opposition. Ms. Coughlin?
Hello.
Okay, hi. Can you just identify?
Hi.
Hi. Can you identify yourself for the record, name and address?
Yes, I'm Melissa Coughlin, and I live at 49 Carrick Avenue, Toronto, Ontario.
Alrighty, we'll start the clock now. You have 5 minutes to speak to this application. Go ahead.
Okay, can everybody hear me? I hope so.
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay, thank you. I just can appreciate the opportunity to express my concerns today. So regarding the variance proposed by my neighbors, the exterior walls exceeding the maximum permitted height of 7.5 meters, increasing over 2 meters to 9.76. How will this requested variance impact the enjoyment of my property? As I mentioned earlier, my home is at 49 Carrick, so it's right next door. It's that little white house that we've just referenced in the photos. As you can see, the houses are very close together, and there are no windows on the north side of my house at all, but there are 4 windows on the south side, which is a side directly facing 47 Carrick Avenue. And obviously the sun rises behind the house in the east and sets in front of it in the west. Therefore, during the day, the majority of natural sunlight enters my home through the south side. And the sun already has to travel up over 47 Carrick Avenue in order to reach my home, which it does midday and into the afternoon when the sunlight is the strongest. In the afternoon, the top floor of my home, specifically the top floor bedroom, which also acts as my home office, is flooded with natural daylight. And because the houses are so close together and mine is smaller in stature, by putting a 3rd-story addition on top of their home, my neighbors will essentially be blocking most, if not all, sunlight from entering my home. And this will present an even greater challenge in the winter months when the sun is lower. And I met with my neighbors, Virgil and Daryl, officially to discuss this a few weeks ago. And when I invited them in to show them my concerns, Daryl said, "I see what you mean." And he said that their house receives all of its sunlight on the south side midday too, and that at around 1:30, he has to close his blinds because it becomes too bright and too hot in their house otherwise. And then when he looked at the two houses and came into my house and looked at the window placement, he said he wouldn't be happy either if this was his house and the situation was reversed. So now the question of, is the variance requested minor? That is a question that, in my opinion, the answer is no. The variance is absolutely not minor because it will impact my home. It's an imposition and will block natural daylight in a way that is unobtrusive. And when Virgil first mentioned the idea of a third-story addition to me in May of 2021, my immediate response was to ask them to do a shadow study because I anticipated that there would be an implication to daylight. And in my mind, I was hoping to avoid a situation such as this, where they've taken time and spent money and gone down the road to the extent that I'm having to object in a public forum. And I asked them about this again 2 weeks ago, and to my knowledge, it still was not done. So regarding the matter of density, in and of itself, I wouldn't have an issue with this, but with all the requested variances combined, the proposed plan obviously adds more density, specifically to how it relates to height. So being smaller in stature and set back from the street, the proposed plan basically buries my home, which of course will negatively impact the quiet enjoyment of my property. I do feel that the proposed variance does not fit the character of the neighborhood because there are virtually no examples of three-story additions in the neighborhood, certainly none on our street. And I did see the examples cited by the agent, but I do not feel they're suitable comparable references. For one, the condo townhouse cited is all in keeping with each other. It's an example of a pre-existing standalone development that exists unto itself. It is not a situation where one home encroaches on another. The three-story dwelling under construction on Silverthorne that was referenced is a home that is being reconstructed after burning down. It's a similar stature and density to the homes next to it and surrounding it and does not impose itself on the neighbors. And 68 Prescott, the three-story dwelling, the smaller home and the north side does not have any windows at all on the side between the two houses. It also has a large addition at the back of the building, which has windows that are not blocked by the new three-story. And the other buildings referenced on Carrick Avenue all exist next to other taller buildings, none of which are three-story dwellings. I also communicated with planning staff who told me they are neither opposed nor in support of the submission. And regarding the support of our neighbors, the only thing I can say about that is that there are no other residents on the street or in the area, including 45 Carrick Avenue, who would be impacted by the proposed variances. However, I suspect if their access to daylight was being affected, they may have something to say about it, as would most people who care about the effect of natural daylight and how it has on the value of their property. And as a person who's worked home for many years, I appreciate the impact that natural daylight has not only on my mental health, but also on my overall productivity. My neighbors and I are very friendly, and of course, I want them to enjoy their home, but I also want to continue to enjoy the home I've owned for several years and will continue for many more. Thank you. That's what I have to say.
All right, thanks, Melissa. Panel members, do you have a question, Mr. Clay?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thank you very much for your comments. Totally understandable, your perspective on this issue. I was just looking at the lot fabric, and I looked at your house at 49, and it looks like it extends right back to the back property line. Is that correct?
My house, well, it's a small home, but then there's a little garage on the back, which goes, yeah.
So it's not living space?
No, it's not. It's a little garage.
Okay. That's good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the speaker, panel members? No? Okay, thank you, Melissa. Mr. Barrett?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I was just muted there. So yes, as she mentioned, the owners of 47 Carrick have indeed spoken with her and certainly have no wish to inconvenience her. However, the lot pattern at this end of Carrick is really the problem here, and the impact that this construction will have on 49 Carrick on the side windows is essentially unavoidable. And this is a third floor on top of existing footprint. So it wouldn't be projecting out any further and blocking really any additional sunlight to the rear yard. if you also look at the survey or the zoning map in front of you, you can see that 49 Carrick, as it gets further back, is quite a distance from 47. So I mean, the penetration of natural light through that kind of triangular shaped piece of land between homes, not sure if it would be blocked as significantly as if these were actually parallel. In addition, if 49 Carrick were ever to build an addition, the impact on the next adjacent house up would be significant due to the fact that it's set back so much further. I really think the impacts in the side-facing windows are somewhat unavoidable, but I mean, generally speaking, in tight, dense downtown neighborhoods, expecting a lot of light in side-facing windows is a little bit difficult. And this is a very bizarre situation with tight and unusual setbacks between the existing dwellings. And I think really the impacts would exist with or without the proposed addition. If the owner of 47 Carrick were to reduce the scope of the proposed third floor, and this is something they've considered to see about getting more light back there, the impact would essentially be the same. So the purpose here is to create adequate living space and work from home space. It's quite a necessity over the past couple of years. And if this were a multi-story addition at the rear of the home, projecting out beyond existing, I would agree that it would be much more problematic because it would create a lot of shading conditions in the rear yard, but that's not the case. This is a strange configuration with a third story top up. Beyond that, I don't really have anything else to say other than that planning staff are unopposed and have been consulted, and pretty well every other neighbor on the street is in support. So I am of the opinion that this passes the 4 tests.
Okay, any questions for the agent panel members? Mr. Bayat? Guess what? You're muted.
It's these breaks, they're throwing me off. So I apologize again. I was just saying, I was looking at drawing A13, and in the top left-hand corner of it, there's an indication of revision 2, which says remove second floor room and keep ground floor as existing. So am I to assume that this is one concession with regard to the depth of the new structure?
Sorry, which page were you referring to, sir?
It's A13.
A13. That is the existing drawing. So I believe they're removing that small portion and then rebuilding.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions, panel members? No? Okay, if there are no questions, then we can take this into committee. Mr. Niffel.
Madam Chair, I'm very sympathetic to the person in opposition. It is the result of a unique situation, but notwithstanding the unique situation is something I think we need to respond to. She apparently asked for a sun and shade study that has not been provided. And combined with the fact that Mr. Barrett is a very talented architect, he's before us many times and with very nice submissions, I would be much happier with this application if in fact there was a sun and shade study, and if Mr. Barrett and the 2 owners could get together and see if there's anything that can be done to reduce the problem that the appellant has identified. I think that it would be worth exploring that in the light of a proper sun and shade study. So without that, I'm not prepared to support the application as it now stands. I think it's a reasonable proposal on another lot, but in this case, I think there needs to be a little bit more work done to look at the sun and shade. And I think in this case, we're gifted with a good architect to work on it.
Anyone else? Mr. Clay?
Yeah, so thanks, Chair. I think I would say much the same as Carl. You know, this is not an unreasonable application for 99.9% of the homes in most neighborhoods. But they find themselves in a situation where they are both on unique and unusual lots. And I think we have an obligation to respect that. And it does seem to me that, you know, with some energy, as Carl points out, with a little bit of energy and creativity, I don't think the proposal will ever satisfy all the concerns of 49. But it just seems to me that there may be some mitigation measures, maybe stepping it back in the rear, or, you know, putting some sort of unique architectural elements on the third floor, that there may be an opportunity to mitigate somewhat some of the concerns over light loss. So I hate to refuse this one because I think in context it's not out of line, but if there's a path forward to at least attempt to try and address some of the concerns, I think it's worthwhile to give that a try. So I guess what I'd say is that maybe we should be thinking about deferring this one.
Mr. Baya and then Ms. Chan.
Yeah, I was about to say that I think one of our considerations always is the impact that it has, particularly on immediate adjacent neighbors. And in this particular case, given the unusual circumstance, there is quite an impact. And I would like to follow on with what Larry has just said about perhaps suggesting deferral so that the applicant can consult with neighbors and do the shadow studies and more creative architecture, perhaps come up with a solution, a better solution.
Ms. Chan?
Yes, I think I will prefer deferral if that's most people, most of our panelists think. I would not like to refuse it because when I look at, although it will be nice to have a shadow study, but when I look at the configuration, it's actually, if you're side by side, the bulk of it is actually open up the backyard quite a lot in this configuration. And I'm thinking about the property on the north is actually doing similar thing, blocking the another property further north. And I don't think that you can actually mitigate this this condition because of this the irregular lot configuration. So a deferral may get a shadow study that may give the neighbors some kind of assurance as to whether the shadow will only be cast on the roof or whether it will be have more shadow in the yard. I would prefer a deferral if we are not approving this today. Yeah.
Mr. Nipfel?
Madam Chairman, I as well, I was not going to vote against this. I would like to move a deferral, and based on what I've heard, I'd like to move a deferral of the application to allow the applicant and the adjacent owner at 49 to explore alternatives to address the identified shade conditions on 49 and in light of a sun and shade study. So that would allow a sun and shade study to be produced, and then working with that, the two owners could see if they could come up with a better solution. I agree with Larry. This isn't going to solve all the problems, but I do believe that in the hands of the people that we're dealing with here, we might get some mitigations that would make this whole exercise worthwhile.
Okay, so motion to defer moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Clay. Is that correct? Okay, all in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. So the item has been deferred, and then Mr. Barrett is I guess the sooner you could have a meeting with your neighbors. Staff, you will do your best to get it back on the agenda then.
I certainly will, and thank you very much, committee members.
Okay, take care. All right, item number 34, 112 Ferrier Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, as well as a map of comparables in the area from the agent. And I believe we have one variance before us. I don't have any speakers other than the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hi, this is Nilufar Sultani, agent for the owners from KH Davis Engineering, 1468 Danforth Avenue.
Okay, panel members, very straightforward, one variance. Do you have any questions for the agent? Okay, ma'am, we don't have any questions for you. We are ready to take it into committee to make a decision. We've read all the materials. Is there anything you want to add that's not in the submissions?
No, sounds good to me.
All right. Okay, we're in committee, panel members. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very straightforward application. I have no, and there are no conditions attached to this particular item. I would like to move forward with a motion to approve without any condition.
Okay, you're seconding, Mr. Nipfel?
Yes, I am.
All right, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Your application has been approved.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. Item number 35, 219 Ava Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a red-lined notice of public hearing. We have email correspondence from the TRCA. And they don't have any concerns. Planning staff is asking to have variances 7 and 8 refused, and I believe that the applicant is removing them or has removed them, but I do recall reading about this in the applicant's submission. And then we have 7 form letters in support from the adjacent neighbor at 217 as well as 221, and 5 other residents on Ava Road. So do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon. I'm Drew Laszlo, agent for the owner.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Laszlo, so are you changing any of the variances before that's in the actual notice before we go any further?
Yes, I'd like to eliminate variances numbers 7 and 8, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
panel members, so we're looking at the application as amended with the applicant having removed variances 7 and 8. So I believe, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, the superseded plans that were received on March 8th, do they show that? Is that? Or March 9th, yeah, that's what I have. I don't know why I can't read.
Yes, those plans do reflect the changes.
Okay. Well, thanks for saving Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer a lot of scrolling. Okay. So I think we don't need a presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Laszlo? No? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, Mr. Laszlo. Is there anything you want to add before we go into committee to make a decision?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I think when I originally read this one, I was initially concerned a little bit about the length variance. But I did notice from the site plan that even with the length and the addition, that it's not significantly deeper than any of the adjacent neighbors. And the fact that both sides, sounds like they've had discussions, both neighbors on either side are happy with it. I think these are overall generally minor variances, and I'm happy to move approval of the amended application, removing variances 7 and 8 for approval. I don't think there are any other conditions.
No, there aren't. I think Mr. Nipfel beat you, Ms. Chan. So motion to approve moved by Mr. Clay as amended and seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay. Mr. Baya, are you in favor? Okay, so that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, take care. Item number 36, 218 Vesta Drive. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a photograph of the rear deck, previous decision affecting the property. We have in our supplemental email correspondence from the agent, and I believe that that was just regarding a missing canopy on the plans, and email correspondence from the zoning examiner. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and member of the committee. My name is Mehran Haydari from PMP Design Group.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation. We have 3 variances before us. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Bayat.
Just a quick one. This is to legalize and maintain. Is this a structure that, how did it come to be an illegal one? I'm just trying, it goes back to one of the points that my colleague, Mr. Nipfel, had mentioned. Every time we get an application that before us that requests legalization, it's always something that nags at me, certainly, that, something's constructed and then we want to legalize it afterwards. So could you just give me some sense of how this came to be?
Yes, actually what happened is regarding the rear deck in the back, and I got a permit for the rear deck, and during construction, the contractor made the deck bigger because of some mistake. And after that, the inspector requested revision, that we applied for the revision, and we applied for the zoning, and after for the committee of adjustment. And it's just regard the rear deck in the back.
Ms. Chan.
A quick question. You have a revised site plan, right? Can you tell me the difference between your previous site plan and the revised plan? What has been revised? Because it actually looks very dense. I can't see the difference. Can you just?
No, nothing changed on the site plan. Just the deck is covered, and you can see the difference on the side elevation. That is a covered deck.
I think the canopy was missing before. That's all.
Oh, so is the canopy? Oh, I see. But this is already built, right? The canopy, everything is built.
Yes.
Okay. I see. So the revised plan is to just correct some mistakes on the previous plan.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clay.
Yeah, I thought I heard the applicant acknowledge that the deck is bigger than originally proposed. So could you just tell us how much bigger it is now than what was originally proposed?
Yes, what we have right now, let me open the CAT file. Okay, hold on, please. What we have now is 4.83 meter. And the proposed that we got the permit was 2.5 meter.
So it's roughly double the size, the length of what you originally proposed? That sounds like more than a minor error by the contractor.
Yeah. So they suppose that because the neighbor property built more than them, they suppose that they can do it, and they didn't know about the bylaw, and it was their mistake. It was so they believe that they have legal bylaw to do it, but unfortunately it wasn't true. And after they came to me and I explained to them they shouldn't go over than the 2.5 meter based on the height that we have. But they just considered the 5% of the lot area that is allowed by the bylaw. They didn't know about the height limitation when it's more than 1.2 meter.
Mr. Nifl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not just the deck, though. The deck actually sits on top of a building. And so the building is larger than what was proposed as well. If you go to it's hard to read your plans because there's so many things on them, but on the basement floor plan, there is a basement addition that you exit or you enter from a doorway from a lower level deck, and then it's got a number of rooms in it, right? So that area there is larger than you originally proposed as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, that area is a storage room for the swimming pool and the utility room for the swimming pool on the back. There is no access from the main building. It's just outdoor area that is allowed on the bylaw as well, because this is just outside area. It's not connecting to the building.
But it's a building. It's considered a building, and it's got a roof on it. And to Mr. Clay's point, I don't think it's a matter simply that the guy that was building the deck made it too big. The actual structure is too big. You didn't get a permit to build this, did you?
No, this is why we are here, to apply for the permit. And as I explained, the deck, concrete deck on the back, we always can have the facility over there. So as long as the deck variance is approved, this area in the rear, in the under of the deck is approved too. If you look at the zoning notice, we don't have any variances for this area that is occupied by the service or utility area.
But is that so? But you're also asking for a length variance. So what is the length variance? Is it in respect of this concrete basement extension, or is it in respect of the deck?
No, because the deck is over there is more than the 1.2 meter above the grade, so it's considered as the extra length. The zoning examiner consider this one is extra length and the depth of the building.
So the length and depth variances are related to the deck only. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Not the structure upon which the deck sits.
No. Actually, just because of the deck, and after I revised the drawing and sent to the zoning examiner and made a canopy at the top, so the variances it didn't change as well. So it's not related to the canopy as well. So it's just a deck.
But the deck sits on this extension of the basement, and that extension is above grade, so it's not considered a building.
Yes, this is considered a building, yeah.
And therefore it's subject, so it's subject to the setback. I think the point that Mr. Clay's making is you need the depth because of the extension to the basement as well as the patio that's on top of it.
Yeah, this is exactly what zoning examiner mentioned on the variance. So he added on the building and the structure as a building length. And you're right, it's because of we have the setback of the main building over there as well. But all of the variances that is result of the extension on the patio on the top.
So in your original application for building the house, did you intend to put, was the basement that they're talking about, was that part of it now? Because they're calling it a basement addition.
So let me, on the original building permit.
So if that's the drawing that we need to refer to, are those, is that an access point? No, that's the second. Is there a basement elevation or basement plans?
Yes, is the
Yeah,
access
that's
from
there.
the walkout.
That's it there, and there's a doorway. Do you see the doorway? Right there.
Right,
You
but
go
that's-
down, you go down the stairs at the bottom of the drawing, and there's a patio area, and you go, yeah, the arrow's going right, yeah, and then go right, and there's a doorway. So all that area, those 3 rooms, are a basement addition. They're just not connected with a doorway to the other basement.
Right.
Yeah, is access from the walkout. And this is the entrance, and in the left hand, the first room is for the utility room for the swimming pool, and the other is storage.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, panel members? Okay, if there aren't any more questions, Mr. Hadari, anything to add that hasn't been discussed already before we go into committee?
No, thank you so much.
Okay, let's take it into committee, panel members.
I'll start. I have trouble with these ones. I'm kind of 2 minds. I mean, I'm having a difficult time believing the story that the contractor accidentally made this a little bit bigger than what was previously approved, given the amount of work that was done. It feels like this was done purposely, outside the parameters of what had been approved. And having said that, I'm loath to sort of refuse this one, only because that would mean tearing it up. I think, you know, you look at this structure, this is a significant new build in a rather affluent area. And this was done, I think, by professional contractors, professional architects. And it troubles me that this was, this extension exceeded what was permitted. Having said that, you know, refusing it means it has to be torn up and removed, and I'm kind of loath to do that as well. So I'd like to hear from my colleagues what they think.
Ms. Chan.
Yeah, I agree with totally what Larry said. I actually don't think that you can accidentally build this without knowing you need to revise at least your building permit. I don't. I just wish they are more honest and straightforward in terms of telling us the reason. But in terms of this extending the length, the depth is a problem, right? I sort of support it if the deck is not covered, doesn't have, because that will, is actually, if it's an open deck, I think that is has less impact. But now it's got a cover. I'm not too sure I support that part, but I just want to listen to the other comment until I make up my mind on this.
Okay, Mr. Niffel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We're supposed to look at these as if the work hadn't been undertaken. And if the work hadn't been undertaken, I wouldn't be supporting this application. I have trouble supporting the fact that this is the result of a contractor making a minor change on a deck. It's much more substantial than that. My larger concern is sending a message to the building community that if you don't like what you think you're going to get at Committee of Adjustment, go ahead and build it, and then they'll be loath to vote against it. As a result, because I'm looking at the larger picture about the message we're sending out, I will not be supporting this application. I recommend refusing it.
Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In general, I concur with all three of my colleagues, but more so with what Mr. Nipfel just said. I think part of the challenge is that we are in a neighborhood. This home, the way it's built and the area in which it's built, as Mr. Clay pointed out, would suggest that you've got very capable builders and architects involved in the whole process. To make such an error, to me, seems a little strange. Doesn't speak too highly of those that were involved in the construction process. The other part that I'd like to echo Mr. Nipfel was suggesting is that it does send a precedent. And I dislike these precedents where we've done something illegally by accident and therefore we now want legalization. So like Mr. Nipfel, I can't support this application as is.
Okay.
Chair, do you have thoughts?
I'm of mixed minds. I do agree that we're getting more of these where they just build it and come back, or make adjustments and then come back and assume it's going to be approved. So on that point, I agree with everything that's been said. In terms of whether it's a fit in the neighborhood, I don't think it's that egregious. I don't think it's out of character. I do concur with Ms. Chan's comment regarding the roof, that actually makes it almost like an addition instead of a deck, even though it doesn't have the sidewalls. So yeah, I'm of mixed minds. If I were to support this, then I would agree to well, I guess you have to have the railings, which I don't know why there aren't any railings on there. But anyways, I would be inclined to not approve the canopy portion.
So, this is a question to my colleagues. If I have a motion to approve but accept the canopy, will that be supported? Will you consider that? The other choice is to refuse, of course.
It appears from what everybody said that approval or refusal is going to result in a tie. So the chairman is going to have to make the decision.
Well, thanks for
So why
pointing
don't I
that
make it
out,
easy?
Carl.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to bring forward a motion that the application be refused. I don't believe that this was an honest mistake. I think I question how we got to this point, and I don't want to send out the wrong message about doing work without approval. So I'm recommending and moving refusal of the application.
Okay, and that's seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, so that motion carries. And Yim and I are dissenting. Okay, so the application, sir, has been refused.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just give me 1 second. Okay, the next item is item number 37, 10 Churchill Avenue. We have before us a copy of this plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Correspondence in opposition from number 8, which is adjacent. I do have them listed as speakers. Do we have those opposition speakers on the line before I go any further? Do you have them? Yeah? Okay. All right. Do I have the agent on the line? Are you there, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Edward Lee, here, architect and agent for the owners.
I'm going to ask you to do a presentation. I do have opposition from number 8 on the line, and we'll go to them after you do your 5 minutes. Is there anything you want staff to put up on the screen for your presentation?
Not for my presentation, but after listening to the neighbors, I'd ask that the site plan be put up in my response.
All right, go ahead.
Thank
We'll
you.
start the clock now.
Great. I'll just jump right into the minor variances we are seeking. This proposal is for a 2-story rear addition with a 3rd floor deck and redesign of the front yard area of the property. Minor variances 1 and 7 for height are minor. The height of the new addition roof is to align with the existing roof peak height. Minor variance number 2 for FSI is in line with similar 2.5 and 3-story houses in the area and relatively minor to homes south of Dundas, which permits an FSI of 1.0. Worth noting that I proactively reached out to planning staff early on, specifically for comment on this minor variance, and unfortunately only heard back this week, thankfully, that they had no concerns about the minor variances we were seeking. Minor variances 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all related to the existing front yard condition. The front yard condition is due to the angle of the street and the orientation of the houses. There's not a lot of room in the front yard. There's an existing enclosed porch with basement walkout below it that we're proposing to demolish and rebuild. The new layout will still include the walkout stair to access the basement, but also reconfigure the steps. And the key item is to bring back some much needed soft landscaping to this very small front yard area. While we're not able to bring it up to 75% soft landscaping, we have brought it up from 0 to 41%, which I hope is seen as a big improvement. Important to note that we do not have any minor variances for building length, building depth, or any setbacks related to the main building. To conclude, relative to FSI and building depth of adjacent detached dwellings, including the immediate neighbor at 8 Churchill, who submitted the letter of objection, I believe the minor variances that we're requesting are relatively minor, and that the proposal is in keeping with the neighborhood and ultimately unopposed by planning staff. We also have verbal support from neighbors at 7, 13, 14, and 19 Churchill, and as well as 57 Lakeview. Prepared to hear the neighbors' comments.
Okay, thank you. Do we have the neighbor on the line?
Hello.
Hi. We need your...
Hi, it's Rob Wright.
Yeah, and your address?
8 Churchill Ave.
Okay, sir, we're going to reset the clock, and then you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Well, to start, I vehemently disagree with the agent for the neighbor. It's a major variance in our opinion. I've lived here for 31 years. I live with my wife and teenage son. I presume you guys have read my notice, but I'll go through it quickly. First of all, there is no prior form of notice or consultation with us whatsoever. The first time we received notice is when I received the notice of variance in my mailbox. Within minutes, my neighbor showed up on my porch, assuming wanted a meeting to, at that point, to discuss plans that had already been submitted for a variance. We were never consulted about their plans. Prior to this absolute emotional bomb dropped on us, we were good neighbors. I put out their garbage recycling every week. I shoveled their drive. We had fantastic relations. It just came as an absolute shock. There was zero discussion, zero planning, nothing. The big problem we have, both our houses line up at the back. We have a deck on the second floor. We have a deck on the first floor. Our problem is exactly like the woman, about 4 applicants earlier who complained, and you set aside that one. Same thing, shadowing. There's been no shadowing study done. The sun comes around the west. It's in the afternoon at about 1 o'clock. Our yard starts to get covered with sunlight from the west. This 2-story addition will block that sunlight. The two-story addition will be 4 feet from my first floor deck and my second floor deck and go at the same length as both those decks. So it puts my deck in almost a tunnel on the one side, the sunny side. The back of our house, you'll note their plans, they're basically adding a wall of windows at the back of their house. I totally understand why they're doing that. They can do that without adding the two-story addition. They can open up the back of their house now and make it a wall of glass. I have no problem with what they're doing on the third floor. Why do they want to open up their house to a wall of glass? Because that's how all the light comes in our long, narrow homes. It all comes in afternoon from like 1 o'clock on. That's where you're getting all the light. So basically what our neighbors are doing is jutting out 12 feet to steal all our light. It will block my patio door at the back that looks out and has light, and we'll be staring at our dining room table at this ridiculous tunnel wall beside our house. I also have concerns in the wintertime about melting on my flat roof besides theirs and the solar heating effects. The landscaping, I'll just note that just because I thought that was quite funny with respect to the architect saying he's adding 41%. He's talking about adding a 2-foot by 4-foot piece of grass, if that. With respect to where he's adding that piece of grass, if you'll note, they're opening up this steps that they say is to a mudroom. It's obviously going to be a basement apartment. And that person entering and exiting that basement apartment will basically, if they exited in the event of a fire and ran up those stairs, they would literally run right into my wall. And we'll have people congregating in our alley right beside our wall. It's absolutely ridiculous. With respect to this neighborhood, they're tiered houses. Ossington is a very strange street. It's like San Francisco. It drops down deeply down to, or Churchill drops down to Ossington. They're tiered properties about 4 feet. My neighbor is a few feet above me. Our backyard, the trees you see in their plan at the back, in my backyard that they'll have to protect, those trees were seedlings that dropped off of trees that grew to this massive height because they're rooted in Garrison Creek. Garrison Creek runs right through the school in our backyard underneath there. There's been no studies of digging a foundation there where that creek exists in the back. There's been no studies of digging a foundation right beside my wall, an old foundation that's mortar and stone, and they're highly volatile foundations. The architect should know that. They're digging 4 feet from an old retaining wall that keeps their lawn and their house from falling onto our house. There's tremendous danger, this excavation they have planned in the backyard, and I'm absolutely stunned. There's no consultation, been no studies or studies presented to me whatsoever.
Okay.
With respect,
so I just want to,
it'll deeply affect our enjoyment of our house, and it's just an outrageous proposal. And I urge you to, like you did with the previous one, set it aside, ask the neighbors to do a shadow study, ask the architect to come consult with us, ask if there's other alternatives to do it. One other point I'd like to make, they're putting this 2-story addition on the back of the house. They're only adding 200 square feet of density. With respect to the value of the city plan, they're not really adding any density to the house. The only density is on the first floor. If you note the plan, the second floor they're adding adds no density. It's open. It's open above. Again, why is it open? They're stealing all the light. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay.
And the only space they give off the addition on the
Wright,
third floor is
Mr.
another
Wright.
20 feet of a deck.
Okay, I need you to wrap up, please. You're over
That's
5
it.
minutes. That's it.
It's not minor. It's not consistent with the city plan. It'll drastically affect the value of my home. It'll drastically affect the enjoyment of our home.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, see, Mr. Clay? Yes.
Just a quick one. You referred to solar energy. Do you have solar panels, or was it's just you're speaking about enjoyment of sunlight?
Sunlight and heat. As you know, you get a lot of heat from the sun in the winter.
Yeah, no,
I'm going to be denied that in shadows. So that's going to increase my heating bills.
I understand. I just you made reference to solar energy, and I thought that referred to panels.
No, sorry.
Thank you.
Haven't got that yet. When batteries get cheaper.
All right, thanks. Any more questions, panel members? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wright. Mr. Lee?
Yes, I'll just quickly address the main points, neighbors' concerns. Just from a consultation perspective, I was the one that recommended to the owners to hold off until we received planning comments back. I never like to go to committee without having some feedback on minor variances, especially with regards to FSI. Unfortunately, this time around, it seems like the letters to neighbors got mailed out early. And of course, with the amount of files that planning staff are going through, I only received their okay on our minor variances last minute. So, the owners were actually also, shocked that the neighbors were shocked. I understand where the neighbor is coming from. But at the end of the day, I think the important thing to note is that I was the one drawing the plans, and if you look at the two houses on the site plan, nose to tail, they're very comparable in length. So it's unfortunate that due to the orientation of these houses relative to Churchill, this staggered condition at the back, it's the exact same condition that that the neighbor has with regards to their adjacent neighbor at 6 Churchill as well. So if all of these houses were the same length, they essentially would be staggered at the back and, essentially casting a shadow on each other. But you can see from there, like 8 Churchill Street is, in fact, longer than 10 Churchill. So with our addition, our homes will be comparable in length, but it's because of the staggered nature of these homes following the curve of Churchill that neighbor is concerned about obstructions on his side. At the end of the day, if I had, back when we had pre-circulation meetings with comments from planning, I would have, made the concessions as needed to get planning support, and then told the owners to share the plans with the neighbors. I never like to present proposals that haven't been vetted by planning. So it was never our intent to try to be, deceitful or try to spring this on them last minute so that they'd have no chance to oppose. That was not our intention. So it's unfortunate that the neighbors feel that this is, how we were going about it. But I actually, just from having done many minor variance files in the neighborhood, this was, quite in keeping with a lot of houses that are springing up in the neighborhood. And I myself live south of Dundas in an area where 1.0 FSI is zoning permitted. So this house as a whole did not seem egregious, and I was grateful to hear that planning staff also had no concerns about the minor variances we were seeking.
Okay, let me see if members have any questions. Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. I know you've got it in your plans. It looks like you've indicated measurements in centimeters. You'll forgive me if I ask you to tell me and us how many either feet or meters your proposed extension goes back off the existing building.
12 feet.
12 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
So the 3.35 meters where it says addition.
Okay. Yeah. And that's off both the first and second?
First and second. Oh, sorry, that's 11 feet. 11 feet. The addition is 11 feet, and the third floor is set back 18 feet from the rear.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate you not wanting to discuss the proposal with the neighbors that wasn't vetted by planning, and I agree with that. However, where we are now is you've got a very angry next door neighbor and they have to live together. I think he's raised some very valuable points. The proposed addition is effectively, in terms of floor space, it's a first floor addition with an open space above it. There's a 2-story space. The dining room, I think, is open to above and below. And then on top of that, it's a deck. So I would argue that some of what's on the second floor and all of what's on the third floor in terms of the deck are things that could be reconfigured because they're not providing essential floor space. I'm very disturbed at there being no consultation between owners. We've had today a remarkable number of applications that have been revised substantially through that consultation process, and the result has been agreement by people that were originally opposed that a revised proposal is desirable. I would like to see that same process occur here. All of that's a very large introduction to my question. I'm unable to support what you've got before us today in large part because you've surprised your neighbor and there's been no consultation. I'm leaning towards suggesting a deferral to allow you to consult with the neighbor and see if there are adjustments you can make. I think that's a reasonable approach. I'm wondering what your response would be to a motion like that.
I regret as well not having given the owners green light to approach the neighbors earlier. I don't believe their comments would have been any different. They would have still been in opposition. The important thing when I spoke to planning staff is they pointed out that we do not have minor variance for building. You know, if we were to reconfigure the design, I mean, as of right, we could make the building even longer. You know, the FSI that we've added on the third floor, which is not contributing to the light and shading that the neighbor is concerned with, that FSI up there, you know, we could reduce FSI, but essentially the length of the building is not a minor variance we're seeking. So, you know, I obviously would like to do what I can to mend relations between the owners and their neighbor. I can reassure them that when it comes to the concerns about the basement apartment, the owners have no intentions on renting this basement out. This is for them to access from the street because they have no parking and they're 2 kids to be able to access the basement as a mudroom. If you can look at the plans, it's a mudroom in there. And the other concerns from a structural perspective, you know, these people are lucky that they have detached homes. I have structural engineers that do this type of underpinning, digging out basements in tighter conditions than 4-foot setbacks from neighbors. So, you know, I'd like to you know, rest assured to the neighbor that we will have all of the engineering done, geotechnical soil reports done prior to structural engineering. If shoring design is required, shoring will be a cost that the owners will have to incur to ensure that there's obviously no impact on the neighbor's building whatsoever.
Does that answer your question, Carl?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. Larry?
Yeah, so you are asking for a height variance, but looking at your elevations, your extension off the 3rd story is actually lower than the peak of the roof on the front. So your peak is already over the allowable height. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so you're not building any higher than the current peak?
No, we are not.
In fact, it looks like you've got a bit of a shed roof on the 3rd
Yeah,
floor.
we could actually build that roof lower, but at the end of the day, the height of the building is what is setting that minor variance.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Bayat?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at the location map, and as much as I sympathize with the neighbor in terms of his loss of sunlight, it's also instructive that his home, relative to his neighbor to the east, number 6, his home is actually quite a bit longer than the existing house. And this is the nature of the curve on Churchill Avenue, which causes some of these issues. So his house actually blocks sunlight to his neighbor to the east. So as much as I sympathize with the fact that you know, he'll have some sun loss, I do believe that the application itself has merit, one that I could support. The challenges that we are facing in the city as a whole is that as we redevelop neighborhoods, these sorts of issues arise. It is unfortunate, as everybody's mentioned, that you know, consultations didn't quite work the way they perhaps could have. I'm not sure what could have been done otherwise, but I do believe that this is an application that I can support.
Ms. Chan.
I believe we are in committee now, right? So I can make comments? I thought there was question
Yeah,
time,
well, actually, I didn't know they're questions still. So, because Mr. Nipfel asked a question, and then we went
So
to
I wait?
Mr. Bayat. So, okay, let's just establish if we're finished with questions then. Okay, so let's take it into committee then.
Okay, so I can make my own comment, and I agree with Kyle. It's a regret. This kind of addition probably is necessary to discuss with your neighbor, but when I look at the proposal itself, the site orientation is quite different from the previous proposal that the property is directly on the south side. So this orientation is like north-south, and then they still got quite sunlight will come from east and west. And also, when I look at the site configuration, they do have a lot of open space to the north of that all this property, and also if we defer this case, I do not know what kind of changes will make this will improve this proposal. And I think in terms of the variance and the planning of the site, I can support this proposal. I think it is a good proposal in terms of the planning of the site. Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? If not, I'll need a motion. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps I'll start off and see where it goes. I'd like to move a motion. I don't believe there are any conditions.
No.
No, there are no conditions attached. So I'd like to move a motion to approve the application as is.
Okay, Ms. Chan seconds. So we have a motion to approve the application moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Ms. Chan. All in favor? Okay, that carries. And you're dissenting, Mr. Nipfel?
Yes, I am, and my reason is the lack of consultation.
Okay, if you can note that, lack of consultation. All right, so the application is approved. Okay, item number 38, 142 Balsam Avenue. We have before us a copy of the draft plan of survey, copy of the survey site plan, floor plans and elevations, a previous decision affecting the property, an archaeological assessment prepared by the ASI Archaeological and Cultural Heritage Services, natural heritage impact study prepared by terrestrial and restoration ecologists, tree protection plan and inventory list by OnTree. We have email correspondence from Ravine and Natural Protection, and I don't believe they have any conditions. We have conditions from Heritage in the May 12th report. Planning is okay. TRCA is also okay. Forestry in the second report are requesting refusal, or if we approve, attach conditions. And then the planning actually did have a condition, and that's in the supplemental agenda, and that's a March 23rd report. And we have one form letter in support from 134 Balsam Avenue, and I'm not showing anyone other than the agent as speakers. So do I have the agent on the line, or the applicant rather?
Yes, I'm the agent for the applicant. My name's Tom Sprague, and I would just like to very briefly just give a little background to this application. The owner purchased the property 2 years ago in 2020, and the property itself is a large one. It's got a very large abandoned building that originally had 3 units in, but it's been basically abandoned for 4, 5, or 6 years, and it's boarded up. I actually did send in a cover letter, which was posted on March the 25th, just giving a bit of background on this application, but it also shows a picture of the house, which is also boarded up and as a bit of an eyesore to the community. So what the owner would like to do is take down that house and replace it with 2 new homes, and in doing so, sever the property. Now, with respect to the severance, I should say that the existing bylaw permits for 6-meter setbacks. We're going to be for each of these properties over 13 meters wide. So we're more than double what the bylaw is. So certainly reasonable in terms of the actual severance. We've kept in terms of the variances before the committee, there's variances with respect to height on the two buildings, so slight height above the bylaw, and then other ones that have to do with the height of wall in limited locations. I did also, in my covering letter with respect to the house that's built next to the house 134 Balsam, which is the house directly to the south, the house that we've designed. Beside that, we tried to minimize the height of walls. In fact, the portion all along the side of the property neighboring on that, 7.5 meters. There's a very small section that is about 14 feet back from the property line. It goes about 5 feet of that wall that actually goes above that bylaw. So we've tried to be very, very sensitive to that. If I tried to explain it on the cover letter, there was also a little sketch just to explain that. My feeling is if you'd wanted to pull that up and wanted to look at it, I certainly could discuss it. Yeah, it would have been a cover letter in March 25th. It was posted. But the bottom line is, in my opinion, what we're proposing to do is you can see there's a circular driveway. We're using these driveways for access into the new properties to minimize all the impact on as much as possible on the property. I do feel myself that the properties are still very, very good sizes, and also I feel, in my opinion, the variances are reasonable. But also, you mentioned the neighbor to the south who's supportive. That's the only house that's borders on the property altogether. So we've tried to minimize that and works. That's the only. So there's a letter of support there. I do feel, in my own opinion, that the variances are minor and reasonable, and I really feel this is an appropriate development for the property.
Okay, you're aware of the planning conditions?
Yes, we did get the report from community planning.
Okay.
Yes, that's fine. And there was one comment in there too. They wanted to put privacy screening as well on the south side of on the decks on the 3rd floor, and that would be fine. We could go 1.5 meters or something to do that. So that would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see if the members have any questions. Panel members, do you have any questions, Mr. Nipful?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Excuse me, but I don't have your covering letter and I can't find it. Is it part of the original?
It was in the, it was posted, but then it got, so it was in
Okay, all I need to know, is there anything in it that I absolutely need to know to make a decision? Because I can't find it.
I think I've hoped
in the original agenda or the supplemental.
No, I've actually, I think, described it, so just sort of clarify that.
Okay, so
it was posted March 25th. I've got a copy of the printout here.
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't think we have
It didn't get posted in all the ones, but the one I have here it's the conveyed lot 142A, and I've got 21126 It's the file number, and it shows right at the top, letter of support. March 8th was a letter of support. And
okay, if you've addressed everything in that, I'm happy. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing something.
No, but it was, I don't know when it was actually posted, but it was posted on the 25th.
Well, it may have been posted, but I don't think we have it on our agenda. So,
okay.
Yeah. So maybe
I mean, if you want to
maybe it just came in too late.
Well, it was sent in.
Yeah, I know, but
No.
our agendas, we get them like the Thursday or Friday before the hearing.
Yes, yeah.
And then the
Yes.
supplemental, maybe it got missed in the supplemental, I don't know.
Okay.
Anyways, I think,
Yeah,
you,
but
it
I
sounds
believe what
like
I've
you've
said is,
covered everything anyway.
I think
that
I
was in
really
it.
did. It's just showing, really the sketch showed what a minimal impact the height of walls is on the neighboring property. That's the point of it, really.
Okay, does Mr. Clay has a question?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Chair. First of all, thank you. I think it was a very comprehensive application. It addressed pretty much everything I think we need to know, notwithstanding
Oh, there's the ones.
the missing letter.
There's the missing cover letter. Sorry.
Oh, okay. You've obviously, I think, seen forestry staff's report on this.
Well, we've been working with forestry very closely, and reports gone into them, but it wasn't posted, an actual, I know
Well,
that ravine features said they had no concerns, so.
Well, forestry is basically initially recommending refusal.
You're kidding, no.
And
We're
then,
only taking,
however, they do note that if, I'm just looking for it here.
when was that dated? Because we've had a lot of communication.
March 21st.
Of this.
March 21st.
Yeah, this year.
So what they recommend is refusal, but if the committee were willing to approve this application, makes a couple of recommendations, and they include, since you haven't seen them, I'll read them to you. Submission of a complete application for a permit to injure, remove city-owned trees per Toronto's chapter. And also submission of a complete application to permit or injure or remove privately owned trees. So
I will respond to that. We've already done that, and they have that on file. And it was originally went through last November to Grant Winters, then it was filed to someone else. So we've gone through all that, gone very carefully. What we're taking out 2 spruce trees and 1 oak tree in the whole property, and so they have that file.
So if you've done that,
Surprised to see this at the last minute.
But
yes.
if you've done that already, it wouldn't be a hardship to have the condition put in, right? That they're
That
recommending.
it's subject to their approval. No, we'll go over that with them definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
But not to.
all right. Yep. That's great. Thanks.
Any other questions, panel members? Mr. Niffel?
I just assumed that you knew about the conditions. Do you know the other conditions from the other people?
Planning, yeah, he does, and I
Yes.
asked,
And heritage, you've got in the heritage?
Well, what with the heritage, you could.
Okay, it's revised. Again, we've got 2 of them.
Heritage is May 12th.
A long time ago.
It's on the screen. Can you see?
No,
it?
that's Heritage has approved it. Initially, they wanted a report, and now Heritage is very happy with it. You're looking at an earlier report, and so Heritage has approved. Eric Bales did it, and he was very happy. We did an archaeological assessment. That's what it was for, to see if there were any indigenous remains. We did an extensive survey, and he was very, very pleased. I suspect maybe that was put in initially. Yeah, it's asking to do a stage 1 or stage 2 assessment. We did that, and
Well, if we attach the heritage conditions, you don't have trouble because you've already done it. I
would certainly
because of
speak
Mr.
to,
Clay's comments, I just wanted to make sure you knew about all the, because there's a lot of requested conditions from forestry and from heritage.
what was, well, I could discuss
Well, the heritage report is dated May 12th, 2021, so I
yeah,
guess
and we dealt with all that last summer. So that's an earlier report that was put in. It should have it's not relevant now because we've already answered those questions.
So if we put it in, it wouldn't be a hardship because you've
No,
already
it wouldn't be. I
done
could go
it,
back
right? Okay.
get a clearance from the gentleman's name was Eric Bales in the planning department. Yeah.
Maybe just to round this all out, we should double check that you've seen the engineering conditions.
Yeah.
Aren't the engineering are, well, there's a
standard engineering,
yeah,
right?
and then isn't there a January 17th report too? There's so much stuff here.
Yeah.
So have you seen, has the applicant seen the engineering stuff?
No, that wasn't filed. And other than what exactly?
Okay, on the severance, you have to pick up on that, it says contact municipal numbering staff to obtain or verify.
no.
That's a standard condition.
Yes, that's correct. No, we've discussed that one, so that's fine, yeah.
Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Just to follow this question, for the planning conditions and also the forestry condition, are they specific to part B or C or A? I got confused as to which part that they put these conditions on.
Oh, yeah, are you referring to?
Yeah, because the application consists of 3 parts, right? A is the severance, and B and C are the
Well, I
building.
think the way it's worded, I think B is the severance and conveyance, and A and C are differently, but.
But maybe the staff can help us, or yeah, sometimes they put different conditions to the different parts.
Yeah, are you referring to the staff report?
Yeah, the staff report
That
and
was
also
March 23rd? Okay.
Yes.
Which one?
I mean, they're basically saying to the height, and then they try and describe it. I find it a bit confusing. You could almost do it I mean, the point being they want to keep it substantially in accordance with our drawings, and that would be fine. But it's
so it means that it applied to both part B and C, right? That's what, when we make the decision, we have to sort of put this very clearly. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sort of worded, they're jumping from one to A and B, and you know what? It does refer back to where they say the planning staff maximum height limited to 3rd story. That's fine. That's where they also mention about the privacy screen on the last page.
I think if I might, I think the planning conditions only apply to the variances. I think the engineering condition applies to the consent. And the heritage needs to apply to everything.
Through you, Madam Chair, with regards to the heritage comment or the archaeological assessment, there was a subsequent email from heritage staff. It's date stamped from November. I'm just wondering if staff could.
That went over it. And that says that they were happy with it.
It's this one, F1.
November 19th, I believe. No, sorry, that's different.
That one.
Was that from Eric Bales? Yes.
Yes, and it basically says
Yeah, it's
provides
already
an
satisfied that.
option of either removing the conditions or just carry forward the conditions because they've already been met, so.
Yes, that's exactly what was done.
We were going to just attach it and then they were going to work it out. The same with the, what's the other one now? Okay, so it was heritage and forestry.
Okay, so there's 2 other heritage staff reports, so you're referring to the May 12th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I do have a question because I haven't seen
I
anything.
thought I was asking my members, but sure, go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, just on that, the forestry one, we've had incredible communication with them, so I'm not sure what conditions they were asking for.
Oh, the ones that
Whether it's
Mr.
a new
Nipfel.
staff member not aware of what was done previously.
I thought Mr. Nipfel or Mr. Clay read them to you earlier, I thought. Can you guys?
Well, not the forestry one, you just said they.
Yeah. Can you put the forestry up again?
Yeah,
the second one, it's the second one with the conditions. It's just the complete application to permit an city and then also private tree. And remember, you said you'd already discussed it. And
Oh, it's already been done. In fact, there's no city trees at all on the property.
Yeah, and that you were okay with us
It's
attaching.
it's a general one. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Remember?
okay, it's a general issue,
Yeah, that's
yes.
the one.
Yeah. Subject to, we have to do that, but yeah, we've gone through pretty extensively with them.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, we're going to take it into committee then for a decision. Mr. Nipfel and then Mr. Clay.
Madam Chairman, I have no difficulty with this application. As the applicant indicated, these are wider lots than we normally see. I think they fit comfortably into the street. And the proposed buildings are a comfortable fit. They're attractive and I think really an asset to the community. I don't have any difficulty in supporting this application other than trying to figure out the conditions when we get to a motion.
Oh, I thought you were making a motion.
Oh, do you want me to make a motion?
Well,
Is
I
there
don't
any,
know,
does anyone else want to
Mr.
speak
Clay,
first?
did you want to
No.
say something?
No, I would love to say something, but I don't think I could match the eloquence that Carl put into that. But I'm happy to take, I actually wrote down the date, so I'm happy to take a crack at this one. Do you want to do consents and the variances separately or all together?
Now, before you do that, Larry, Ms. Chan, did you want to say something? Or I think otherwise Mr. Clay is going to move a motion.
I do agree and support the application. It's just the same thing to figure out which conditions apply to which part of the application.
Okay, well, we know the planning one is pretty straightforward, so that's the March 23rd report for the planning conditions. And then standard consent and standard engineering. And then the forestry conditions for to permit or injure or remove city-owned trees. That's in the second forestry staff report that we got. And then the heritage is, I think that's also the second one, the revised, the conditions that are in there. And Sylvia, did we miss anything? And then Mr. Clay can repeat it all.
I feel like I should just say ditto. But I will try to do this. I will move approval of the consent to sever applications for the part 1 and part 2, and the variances, which I think are for both new builds are actually very modest, and the standard consent conditions, the standard engineering conditions as set out in the January 17th staff memo. The forestry conditions, I think what I'd like to do is just refer to the March 21st. That is the second revised forestry report. And the heritage conditions, that was outlined in the May 12th, 2021 memo.
But that was over, oh, sorry.
Yeah, but I thought we were just going to keep those in there, and I think you acknowledged that you'd already met those. But
Well, I think the November one, though, overrode that and said it was acceptable.
Oh, they said either or, I think.
Yeah, so I think what we'll do is just carry those conditions forward, and the fact that you've already done and met those, I think that's just moot. And the planning conditions as set out in the staff memo dated March 23rd. I think that covers everything.
Yeah, it does. And Sylvia, you got it all? Did we miss one?
No, if I may just kind of tweak what was said a bit. So for the consent application, I would impose the standard consent conditions.
Right.
The engineering condition is really with regards to municipal numbering, which is also always part of our standard conditions. And the archaeological conditions, which really are pertaining to the consent as it speaks to before the certificate of official is issued, which is part of the consent. And then for the minor variances, the community planning conditions and urban forestry conditions. And for tweaking the minor variance conditions from community planning, just set it so that it's the heights are related to the specific application as opposed to including both applications in one application, if that makes sense. So for example, variance 1 related to height be limited to 10.64 meters for the one application, and then just for the second application, keep it as 10.27. So it's more specific to the particular file number.
Okay, so I'm not sure I want to challenge Larry to repeat all that. I mean, so you have all that down,
That's
right?
how I would, I mean, all the components were referred, it's just how you break it out.
I thought that's exactly what I said.
Okay. You're seconding, Carl?
You bet.
All right, with all those conditions, the motion is to approve the application, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, and that carries. So the application is approved unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, the next item is item number 39, 19 Dunkirk Road. And we have before us a copy of the draft plan of survey, copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent. In our supplemental, we have email correspondence from community planning asking for a condition, and if staff can put it up, that'd be great. And we have staff reports from engineering services, and forestry is asking for condition number 2, I believe, on the consent part, and forestry number 3 on both of the variance parts. Okay, do I have the agent on the line? I don't have any other speakers other than the agent.
Jim? Yeah, we're here.
Okay, great. And who's we?
Peter and Jim and Indra and Adrian.
Oh, lots of you. Okay, so you're the applicant, so you're at 19 Dunkirk, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions for the owner? Ms. Chan.
Yes, my question is that the surface lots, they're quite narrow, it's 4.54. It's pretty narrow. Do you have other examples in the area that has that as similar lot frontage?
Yes, we've submitted a list of over 400 properties in the area, and quite a few of them have less.
Can't hear you.
Can you speak up a bit?
We submitted a list of properties in this area. There were quite a few that were smaller than this property. There was a list of over 400 properties in the area. I believe there's at least 40 that have smaller frontages. Could you hear that?
No. Do other people have the same problem? I can't hear a word.
Basically, he said that they submitted a list of a lot of properties in the area and that there's at least one that's smaller.
Also, they have lot analysis. Yeah, okay. I can't hear him for some reason.
Yeah, it is a little bit muffled.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I can't seem to find the YouTube feed right now.
Oh.
Just give me a moment.
Okay, we're having some technical difficulties. Just bear with us, and that could be why we're losing the sound.
Our volume's up high.
Yeah? Okay, I can still hear you, but you honestly sound like you're kind of in a bit of a cave.
We can use the phone, Jane.
Can we use a handheld phone as well?
Sure, give it a shot. We've lost our YouTube feed anyway, so if you want to get another phone and try it, you can.
Okay. Go for it. Okay, can you hear us now?
Yeah, it's better.
All right.
Hi there. You guys have multiple devices playing and it's creating an echo. Can you just use one device when talking to the committee?
So the YouTube feed's still off, right? So that means I have to stop. Okay, so we can't continue unless the YouTube feed is working, so I have to. All right, I can go ahead. Okay, so let's try this again. I think that you said that there were a lot of examples of this size lot in answer to Ms. Chan's question. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes. Can you
Okay.
hear that?
Yeah, much better.
Okay. We were interviewed during the process. We submitted a list of 400 properties in the area that are semi-detached. And a good 40%, 40 or 10% had frontages smaller than our proposal.
Okay. You're aware of the planning condition? Have you seen the conditions planning's requesting?
Our only.
So now I'm losing you.
I'm sorry, are you asking this?
Yeah, I'm asking you if you're aware of the planning conditions.
Their only concern was that we plant a tree.
That's forestry.
That's forestry, or is it
Could we put
forestry?
them up on the screen for the gentleman to look at? They're in the added material.
Put the speaker thing smaller so we can see the list, because I don't recall seeing anything from anybody.
It's related. Can you? I'm gonna have staff put the conditions on the screen. It's related to soft yard landscaping, as well as floor space index.
Right, and both of those were addressed by email.
Yeah, those ones. So you've seen those ones. So for variance number 4, related to floor space index, they want it limited to the 3rd story addition that's stepped back in front in accordance with the dimensions shown on your site plan, front elevation, rear elevation, and side. Did you see that?
No, this is something new.
Oh, so let me get staff to put it on the screen so you can read it. They're not asking you to do anything different. They're asking us to tie that to plans.
That's fine.
Okay, and the same with the soft landscaping. And the first one, yeah, it's basically what I think you have in all your drawings anyway. So they're just, there it is on the screen. Can you see it?
So they've asked us to increase the rear yard soft landscaping. That's fine.
Okay.
And the floor space index to be limited to the 3rd story addition in the front in accordance with the structure.
Have we already done that?
You probably have. They're just asking us to tie it to the plans to make sure you don't make any changes along the way.
All right. The 3rd floor addition is stepped back, and that's one a design consideration would be purposely to allow maximum light to the neighbors to the east. So I don't believe that that's any concern unless they've changed the number. We set back the front.
Yeah. So what they're saying is that they want us to basically tie it to plans, is what it says. So they're just saying, you know, that the 3rd story addition is stepped back in the front in accordance with the dimensions on the plans.
That's correct.
These types of conditions are often requested by planning, just that we tie it to the plans. I just want to make sure you're aware.
That's fine.
Okay. And you're also aware of the forestry conditions?
They asked for a tree on the municipal part of the boulevard.
Right, and then they were also asking for condition number 3 for both the both of the other parts, which is right there.
Where there is no existing tree, the owner shall provide payment, which is fine, it's $500 a tree.
Yeah.
And we can do either one, either provide the tree or the payment in lieu, whichever you prefer.
But we actually prefer to put a tree there. I mean, just for the beauty of it.
Yeah, I'm sure that if you have room, that would be the preference for forestry, but that's just to negotiate with them. They just want us to put this in as a condition so that it ensures that you work something out.
Right.
Sure.
Okay? And you want to put the engineering condition up too? Just so we might as well make sure that everything's covered here. So those are the engineering conditions, which are pretty standard for severances.
Draft severance plan isn't metric. Surprised it's. Well, they just want that integrated, that's fine.
Yeah. And then the numbering.
Yes, numbering it, whether
Okay.
it's 19A or 19B, that's fine.
Right.
We have no objections there.
Okay, and then for every severance, we have to impose standard consent conditions, so that's normal. Okay, anyone have any questions for the homeowner? Okay, looks like my panel are ready to make a decision on this one. Is there anything that you would like to mention that's not in the materials that we have before us that you feel is important before we go into committee?
No, we're quite content with the application as is.
Okay. All right, panel members, let's take it into committee for a decision. Ms. Chan.
We can start making a couple of comments. I think, of course, when I look at it, the lot frontage is very small. But on the other hand, when I look at the proposal, it seems that the designer or the applicant has tried to make the build form fit into the site. And with all this consideration, I'm in support of the application. I'm ready to make a motion, but I wait till other people make their comments.
I'll make the motion.
Go for it.
Go ahead.
Okay, I make a motion first of all for the severance, that for approval with the standard severance condition, the engineering condition, and also the urban forestry condition. So yeah, and to approve part 39C and also 39B with the forestry condition number 2 and 3, and for both parts, yeah, for both B and C. And also the planning department, the planning condition is tied to the plan, and also the third and whatever is yeah.
And did you get engineering?
Yeah,
The engineering condition is applied to the first,
Okay.
the severance.
Okay, I missed that then. Okay. So that motion is moved by Ms. Chan. Do I have a seconder? Okay, Mr. Bayat. So this applies for 39A, B, and C. The motion, as outlined, the conditions by Ms. Chan, is moved by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, your application's been approved unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item number 40, 82 WINEVA Avenue. We have before us a copy of the draft plan of survey, copy of consent plan, covering letter from Mr. de Ruyter, the agent, email correspondence waiving pre-circulation from the agent. We have a staff report from engineering, and I believe I don't have any other speakers on this one. So do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, hello, my name is Julius de Ruyter. I'm acting for the owner of the property.
Hi. Okay, panel members, do you need a presentation on this one? No?
No.
Do you have any questions for the agent? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. We're ready to go into committee. Is there anything that you want to add before we take this into committee? And you're aware of the engineering conditions?
I'm aware of the engineering condition, and I'm aware that you will impose standard conditions of consent.
Okay. All right, panel members, Mr. Nipfel.
Madam Chairman, I think this is a very straightforward consent. It's an existing building, and it's an opportunity to be able to dispose of each half of it. I think that's quite reasonable. I'd like to move approval of the application subject to engineering conditions, the standard ones and the specific ones in this case.
And that's seconded by Mr. Clay. So motion to approve with the conditions outlined by Mr. Nipfel, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? That carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Item number 41, 25 St. Clarence Avenue. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the February 23rd, 2022 public hearing, copy of the survey, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a 17 signature petition in support, and that does include number 27, which is adjacent. We have 2 variances before us, and this was previously deferred. And I don't have any opposition speakers listed. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, I'm here, Jason Deltroy.
Hi. You're speaking on behalf of the owners?
That's correct.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions? It's a very straightforward application. Seeing none. Okay. Sir, we are ready to take this into committee for a decision. Is there anything you want to add before we go into committee? I believe it was deferred because the sign wasn't posted.
No, it was deferred because of the soft landscaping. It didn't exactly match what was in the zoning notice, and we reworked it so that it matches now.
Okay. Maybe I misread something. All right. In any case, is there anything you want to add that's not in the materials we've got? We're ready to make a decision.
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, let's take it into committee, panel members. Mr. Bayat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is, again, a fairly straightforward issue, especially since it's been deferred. It's come back. It looks like adjustments were made. There are no conditions attached as far as I can see. I'd move to approve the application as is.
Okay, seconded by Ms. Chan. Okay, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Bayat, seconded by Ms. Chan. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks. Item number 42, 240 Westmount Avenue. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the February 23rd public hearing and the materials submitted at that time. Copy of the survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. And I'm not showing any speakers other than the agent. Do I have the agent on the line? Ms. Wong?
Hello,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay, great. Yes, my name is April Wong, and I will be the agent representing the owner at 240 Westmount.
Okay, I have some notes here, and is there any clarification, like variances you're reducing or anything, or did I misread something, or is that just what changed from the last time?
No, I was the one who failed to post the notice in time.
Yeah, okay, I had my notes mixed up, so thanks for clarifying that. Okay,
problem.
so the variance that's before us is what you're moving forward with then?
That's correct.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions? Okay, Doesn't look like there are any questions. We're ready to make a decision on this. Is there anything you want to add before we go into committee?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Niffel.
Madam Chairman, the variance requested here is extremely minor. The proposal is for a small garage in the rear yard, which isn't going to create any kind of difficulties I could see for any of the neighbors. I'd like to move approval of the application without condition.
Okay, Mr. Bayat seconds, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Niffel, seconded by Mr. Bayat. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Okay, our final item today is item number 43, 263 Inglewood Drive. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the February 9th public hearing, as well as the materials that were submitted at that time. Copy of the plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have more revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received on the 23rd of March. 11 photographs of the subject lands and neighborhoods, shadow studies, a grading plan, and a neighbor's package, a settlement agreement conditions received on the 23rd. Correspondence in opposition from 271 and 278 Inglewood. I'm showing 2 people listed to speak. Do we have them both? Yeah, thanks. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
You do, Madam Chair. This is Peter Higgins of Peter Higgins Architect Incorporated, 124 Merchant Street, Suite 204.
Okay, so I have Zachary Fleischer listed, but you're the one speaking, right? Okay, so.
Yeah, Zachary Fleischer is the agent, legal agent for one of the neighbors.
Okay, well, I've got him listed as the agent here for the actual application. All right, thanks for clarifying that then.
Thank you.
So we'll start the clock, so you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. What the committee has before them, and if they could pull up the site plan particularly would be great, is a very straightforward 2.5-story home in a very beautiful part of shoot, I want to say Forest Hill, but it's Moore Park. The existing house is to be demolished. The existing garage is to be demolished with the exception of the east wall of the garage, which is close to the east property line. That is to remain as a decorative wall for the benefit of number 265 to the east so that they can enjoy the vines that are presently growing on that wall, and also to protect a number of trees that are on the east side of that wall. We were deferred from February 9th in order to continue discussions with both immediate neighbors, 261 and 265. They are not supporting the application, however, they are not objecting to it. We did give them a letter to sign, a form letter saying that they wouldn't object, but they have chosen not to do that. However, everybody seems to be in pretty good shape. And we have made many changes, including shortening the west side of the house so that it is at the allowable 17 meters, with the exception of the bump out for the bay window, which matches the existing bay window or is in fact less than. We have the side yard setback on the east side is at the allowable 1.2 meters, and a portion of the main floor is at 1.8 meters, including the east side of the proposed 1-story pool house. That pool house has been probably the biggest concern right from the beginning, as it is what is creating a length and a depth variance. I've mentioned to you that the east wall of the house, the west wall of the house is at 17 meters, which is allowable. The east side 2-story wall adjacent to number 265 is at only 15.47 meters. So in both cases, they're either at or below the allowable. Side yards are not an issue. Side yard increase for the 1-story pool. The pool building was seen in poor light at the beginning in terms of its size, its length, its width, its proximity to the east property line, etc. We have lowered the roof approximately 6 feet. We have created an all-glazed structure, much like a greenhouse. And particularly, we have created 45-degree angles on the northeast and northwest sides of the pool house so as to minimize the alignment, so to speak, or the overlook of any glazed wall onto either neighbor. No trees of any major sort are being harmed or removed. They're all within the allowable. Forestry approval of less than 12 inches. We've been working with an arborist and with the neighbors since day one. We have been dealing with a stormwater management consultant since very early days. And we have shared the reports of both the arborist and the stormwater management consultant with both neighbors, who are both concerned about a larger house on the property, proximity to property lines, and stormwater runoff. And I can assure you that we have handled all of that carefully and accurately. And the existing situation where 265 flows onto our property and our property flows onto 261 to the west will be changed so that all of the water flow from all properties will stay on each property and not affect either of the other. We had a height variance that is now removed. We had a larger FSI, which has been reduced because we made the third floor smaller and we made the two-story house also smaller. We've removed a number of variances, and at the west neighbor's request, we removed a covered terrace porch to their side, and we just have the covered front entry at this point. It's been a long road for my client, who is trying to provide a safe and sweet amenity space for his two twin young daughters, and that has been his goal from the beginning. We showed the neighbors a number of studies to show that we could build an as-of-right, much larger pool structure, much closer to the property lines. And we showed them as well the shadow studies for that condition, as well as an as-of-right condition for the house. And truly the shadows, the difference in the shadows is minimal, but the as-of-right pool house would actually overshadow the neighbors on the east side more than what our proposal is.
Mr. Higgins, I know
wrap up?
you have great presentations, but we're almost at 6 minutes. So is there any way you could wrap it up? Because I'll have you back after.
I didn't hear the ding. Sorry.
Well, I don't have a bell. Maybe I should get one.
Yeah, you should. We also did studies for the benefit of 265 to the east, showing very clearly where their windows and roof lines and chimney, et cetera, were vis-a-vis our proposed east facade, so that we could assure them that there were no window overlooks and privacy concerns. And that's my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, the members will probably hold them till after. I'll go to the opposition and then we'll have you back.
Thank you.
Okay. Jess, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi, can you just identify yourself, name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Jess Bush. I live at 261 Inglewood with my wife, Catherine, and I'm only here as an observer and I have nothing to add.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope you, enjoy the session and learning a little bit about how the process works.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Mr. Wallace?
Can you hear me? Hi.
Hi.
Okay. James Wallace at 278 Inglewood Drive.
Okay. We'll start the clock and you have 5 minutes.
So I've submitted a letter of opposition, and mostly because of the variances. I do not consider the variances minor. I do believe that the...
Can you speak up a bit? I can barely hear you.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
Let me face my mic. I've got two computers.
Oh yeah, much better.
I was thinking that the existing zoning laws are sufficient for many homes to be built on this street. I know they often recent homes have been built within the existing bylaws. I worry about the overbuild and the precedent that might be set with the 80% floor space index, and I think I said that the overbuild on the square footage was about 33%. The length and depth, I know there's an argument that they're not part of the they're part of the foundation and the continuation of the, but they're not a continuation of the house. I understand that those are being driven by the pool, but I worry that on paper it's going to look like it's okay to build a house of that much variance on the length. I had a couple of questions using, I suppose, more of a climate lens, which was, is this considered to be a new build? And as a new build, it doesn't need to comply with, I understand there's a green standard version 4. I just worry that, you know, we're trying to make Toronto, help Toronto achieve its climate goals. And I'm looking at a bigger house, and I'm wondering, will this bigger house be using, you know, more gas than the previous house? And in fact, as we go to trying to get to a you know, less gas, in fact, no gas, is this going to be an electric house? I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with regards to this property as seen through a climate lens.
Okay, I can't answer that, but Mr. Higgins will. Is there anything else? You still have a little bit of time left, or was that everything that you wanted to bring forward?
The only other thing is, as I look across the street, there is one house in particular that is ripe for redevelopment. You know, if I was king, I would prefer to see this project be executed 2 doors down. The house across the street, I say, is ripe, and what I worry about is the precedent set by this development being applied to that property.
Okay. Mr. Clay, you have a question of the speaker?
Yeah, I do. If I could, Chair. I note that you live, what, 3 or 4 houses away from the proposed redevelopment.
Yes.
Would this development affect you directly?
No, only as far as precedent.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the speaker? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Wallace, and we'll get Mr. Higgins to address your questions now. Okay, Mr. Higgins, are you there?
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to rebut. Thank you very much, Mr. Wallace, for your comments. My client has lived here for many years. He and his wife had planned to build their dream house here. It was delayed due to her death, and he wants to carry on with her wishes. So part of that wish is to have a pool for his little girls. And we contacted the Residents Association very early on, and the suggestion was that they could support an attached pool if it was only 1 story tall, which we have. To the very peak, it's only 12 feet. To the edges of the scuppers, in other words, just above the doors, is only about 8 feet above the main floor. So it's pretty innocuous. I mentioned earlier that we could be building a separate pool house, a lot larger, a lot closer to the property line. And it would simply have to be only 1.8 meters away from the house proper. So I think what you have here is a nice looking Georgian that is going to fit perfectly into the neighborhood. There's a very steep driveway presently. We are cutting into that hill in order to create a proper driveway that you don't kill yourself on, because I fell the very first time I came to visit the house on the icy driveway. And it's a dream for my clients to get this built. We have been back and forth with both immediate neighbors for months and months and months. And I wish they were here to be able to say that we have been very reasonable. My client has been very accepting of their concerns, and we have dealt with all of those concerns, including increasing side yard setbacks, removing a chimney, which really had no impact shadow-wise, but Mr. Bush is concerned about that. He spoke earlier. We have shortened the house. Our length variance is only because we have a very small vestibule bump out at the front of the house, which also creates the very tiny front yard setback variance. We've reduced the floor space index from 0.86 down to 0.79. And the overage above the allowable is either in the third floor or much of it is in the pool. The pool is not visible from the street. The roof has been designed to be very carefully crafted so that the shadows on the neighbors are not any greater than they need to be. We don't have any gables. We have small dormers at the front. We have a hipped roof all the way around, which lets lots of light in. And for the neighbor on the east, we also reduced the height of the roof at the northeast corner of our house, proposed house, so that they would have the feeling that there was less house over their backyard. I think we have a great proposal here. The fact that we have support from the neighbor immediately behind, who would be as much impacted by the pool structure as the east neighbor in a sense. We also have, so that's at 227 Glen Rose, and we also have support from 242 Inglewood. So the neighborhood is going through a development. It's a very stable neighborhood. Lots of houses are being added onto. And my client decided that he wanted to have a new house. And that was what his wife and his dream had always been. So I'm here to say, I think you should be able to approve this because we certainly meet all the tests.
Mr. Higgins, I was going to ask you about the settlement agreement. However, I didn't realize Mr. Fleischer was listed as a speaker, so I'd like to go to him now and then come back to you after that, and then also if the members have questions, we'll do it at that point.
Absolutely fine. Thank you very much for that.
Great, thanks. Mr. Fleischer, are you there?
Yep, I'm there. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yeah, so sorry about the change in order, but I had you listed as the agent for the application, and then I didn't sort of move you down as a speaker, so. Anyway, if you can just identify yourself, which you've done already, but I believe you're speaking on behalf of the adjacent neighbor, is that right, at 265?
Yes, that's right, Madam Chair. My name is Zachary Flaker. My address is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, and I'm here, as you said, on behalf of the neighbors, behalf of the owners of 265 Inglewood Drive, which is the neighbor to the east.
Okay, so we'll start the clock now. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll be quick. So my clients have arrived at a settlement with the applicant, which is reflected in the revised plans submitted to the committee on March 23rd, along with the request for conditions found in the letter filed with the committee by the applicant's architect and agent, Mr. Higgins, dated March 22nd. Unless you'd like me to read the conditions, Madam Chair, I think it would suffice to have those pulled up on the screen, please.
Yeah, I think that's the easiest. And I have them in front of me, but that way
Wonderful.
Everybody can see it if they're on the screen.
Yes, I agree. So I'll just continue as they're being pulled up. And so as a result of the settlement, like Mr. Higgins said, we are not here in opposition to the application, but instead to request that the committee impose the agreed upon conditions as detailed in Mr. Higgins' letter. The letter anticipates two scenarios, the first being that the committee approves all of the variances, or at least the length, depth, and FSI variance. In that case, we would ask that the committee impose conditions 1 through 4 in the letter. When it's pulled up, you'll be able to see that. And then in the second scenario, being that the committee refuses the building length or depth variances, but approves the FSI variance, we'd respectfully ask that the committee impose conditions A and B in the letter, and I guess if it's unable to be pulled up, I can read them, but I'll give a chance for it to be pulled up. And I would just add as well, given the settlement and our client's non-opposition results from the existing built form, we would respectfully ask that the committee not consider reducing the scale of the variances, as that may alter the overall built form of the house, which should be subject to review by neighbors. And as well, the conditions are to approve for the house to be constructed substantially in accordance with the drawing. And so, I guess if it's just having difficulty pulling it up, I think I might just read
No,
it. If that's the
I've
case.
just directed him. It should come up any minute now. So it's
Okay. That's fine. So we can let them come up and have the committee members read them briefly. They're relatively self-explanatory, but certainly if there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. I would like to thank the applicant and Mr. Higgins for their hard work in effecting this settlement and for their efforts in consulting with my client. Oh, that's the letter right there. Perfect. Wonderful. So, right. So if the first variances for building length, depth, and FSI are approved, we'd ask that conditions 1 through 4 be imposed. And should only the FSI variance be approved, we'd ask that conditions A and B be imposed, which is on the following page. And again, I'd like to thank the applicant, Mr. Higgins, for their hard work in effecting the settlement and their efforts in consulting with our client. Their collaborative efforts throughout the process are very much appreciated and should be commended. And subject to any questions the committee may have, those are my remarks. Thank you very much.
okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Fleischer. I'm going to go back to Mr. Higgins now.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I signed the letter that is before you, or that was just read, and that does properly reflect the agreements with the east neighbor. And if this committee, to assuage the concern perhaps of Mr. Wallace, who spoke earlier, that this committee tie us to the site plan, or substantially in accordance with the site plan, wherein it clearly shows that the only variance for length and depth is because of the attached pool, then the worry about precedent that Mr. Wallace has perhaps would be ameliorated. So I, as the last speaker, Mr. Fleischer said, yes, there's been very, very, very good cooperation between all of the immediate neighbors, both immediate neighbors on the east and west side, and I'm happy to say that the struggle hopefully is over, other than the building.
Well, I want to commend you on actually working with neighbors, and I noticed that on pretty much a lot of your applications, you do a really good job with consultation. So, yeah, well done. It's nice to see.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's our policy, has been from the beginning. I'm a homeowner, and I certainly would have appreciated both immediate neighbors coming to me with their committee of adjustment requests, and they didn't, nor did they for my parents. So I know that it's the neighborly thing to do, and that's why I advise every client to do it this way.
Well, let me see if my members have any questions for you. Mr. Niffel.
Thank you. To the applicant, I just wanted to test condition number 3. I understand what you're trying to do, and I completely agree with that. On your east elevation, if somebody doesn't look carefully, it looks like there's a window on the east face. In fact, it isn't. It's on a diagonal. It faces partially east and partially to the rear property line. Are you satisfied that condition number 3 covers that?
Yes, I do.
I'm concerned about somebody not looking at it carefully enough and thinking you've got windows on the east face, which you don't have.
Well, you're right. The east facing can be more generic, I suppose, because that angled wall is facing east, northeast. There is a proviso somewhere that I've seen in the back and forth between the neighbors and their lawyers, etc., that was something about it being parallel to the that wall, or the east property line, that any windows parallel to the property line that would be visible beyond the existing garage wall, which is to be underpinned in order to maintain it, that there would be no allowance for any windows like that. But any window on an angle and any window that's hidden by that old garage wall would be fine with the neighbor to the east.
I was just going to advise you, perhaps in consultation with the lawyer that spoke, to just make sure that you've got a condition that you're comfortable with. This has been such a heavily disputed application. I would hate to see it come back because of that angled window.
Well, I brought it up. My client is a lawyer, and the West neighbors are both lawyers, I believe, and there's been a lot of lawyering going around here. And I went through all of the minutes of settlements for the past month, and I certainly brought up that point about the angled wall. And I believe the intention of my client's neighbors to the east and their lawyer is that those angled walls, that angled wall of glass in the pool room, will be fine.
Okay, fine. I just wanted to check. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it up.
Any more questions, panel members? Okay, we're ready to go into committee then. Mr. Bayat and then Ms. Chan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to remind myself not to have too many neighbors. It's such a challenging application. I must, like you, commended the applicant and the homeowners for their perseverance and consultation and attempts to come to some agreement that's favorable to all. Looking at a Google satellite image, I noticed there are a number of pools in the neighborhood. So having a pool in the backyard is nothing out of character for the neighborhood. The architectural design of the home, I think, is quite tasteful. So I have absolutely no reason not to approve this application. I'd be very happy to move a motion to approve it.
Yeah, I see heads nodding. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve this application without any conditions, as is.
There is a forestry condition number 1, and then we want to include the conditions that are that we had on the screen that are in Mr. Higgins' letter dated March 22nd, and then also to build in accordance with the substantially in accordance with the site plan.
With regard, Madam Chair, just a question with regard to the settlement that Mr. Higgins has entered into with his neighbors. Is that the purview of the committee or between neighbors?
Well, the first condition is to build in that it's completed substantially, so build substantially in accordance with the drawings, so the site plan, rear elevation, east elevation. And then the second one is that the pool house will not be any higher than 3.66 meters in height as measured from the elevation at 152.75, and the roof of the pool house shall be constructed primarily using glass or other transparent material, and I believe the plans show it as glass, so that I would think is enforceable. And we have placed conditions for not putting windows on walls, so I think the third one's enforceable. And number 4, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, the brick garage being demolished. I mean, we can put it in. I'm not sure who would police it from the city. But at least 3 of the conditions are enforceable.
Madam Chairman, the only question that I have is with number 4. It's confusing. It sounds as though you can't take the garage down. That isn't what they're intending. I think all they really want is to have the east wall of the garage retained, and maybe the applicant can clarify. Number 4 would be really hard to if I were in the field, I'd have trouble figuring out whether it complied or not. My interpretation of the discussion and all of the materials we have is that the concern is that the east wall of the existing garage is actually providing a barrier. And then combined with number 5, it's the brick wall and the landscaping that's providing the screening that the neighbors have been negotiating. And perhaps Mr. Higgins can clarify that.
Yeah, sorry, I missed number 5. So yeah, 4, I agree with you. It's the only one that's questionable for enforcement also.
Yes, I would agree to that. We have had a structural engineer go to the property and confirm that this old garage wall that probably dates from the 30s can be underpinned and stabilized so that the east neighbors can enjoy that beautiful brick wall with their ivy growing all over it. So the intention here is that we're, if at all possible, and I would say that because one never knows, that the wall, the east wall of the existing garage be maintained for the benefit of 265. I don't know that I can say more than that. That's the intention. It's been the agreement with my client to those east neighbors from the very beginning. And it shows on the drawing, you have to blow it up, but you'll see the line of the existing garage wall to remain. And it only refers in plan and in elevation or facade for that one wall.
Is that something you could do on an agreement between neighbors? I don't think the city can enforce that one. I think the other 4 we can put it in as conditions.
I don't dispute that. Perhaps
I can ask with Mr. Fleischer. Are you still on the line?
He should be commenting.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm still on the line. I think we should still, I'd certainly request that we continue to impose that condition, just given that it was agreed to. You know, I think the purpose of that is, should the applicant choose to change their plans and remove that wall, that you know, not be approved by the buildings department. Whether we can add that it's the east garage wall that's just west of the property line to clarify it more effectively, but I certainly think that just given that that was the agreement that was reached as between the neighbors, that the condition be left in, and if there's you know, issues with the buildings department, I think it can be worked out between the applicant and certainly my client if necessary.
Well, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, can you just weigh in terms of, usually we put in conditions that are enforceable by the city, so it's, I don't think this one is, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't, well, I guess it's similar to like a fence condition, but we don't impose fencing conditions at property line. So I'm a little like, what happens if the brick wall, for whatever reason, falls down? Then that kind of nullifies the condition and the variance. I mean, it's like maintaining a wall, and I don't know who's going to, as people have mentioned, it's who's going to police that. Like, do they need a building permit for the wall? Like, is it?
Chair, I just want, I mean, I think the wording is specific to not being demolished, and whether in fact it deteriorates over time, that's another issue. I'm of the view that when in doubt, even if we are doubtful about a condition, I think we should put it in. It helps satisfy both parties. And if, for example, there's an appeal, at least the appellant can understand what the committee's intent was. And I think in this instance, the committee's intent is to buttress the agreement between the two neighbors. So my view would be keep it in.
Okay, Mr. Bayat, back to you. So we're back into committee then. You were in the middle of the motion, so it was just the conditions. So you've seen the conditions in the letter, right?
Yes, and I'd be fine with that if it's okay to apply those conditions between that were based on the agreements between neighbors. Fine, I think those conditions would be acceptable. And I think those are the conditions that we would impose.
Okay, and to
Would you be open to adding the word east to the fourth condition, which I think clarifies it? That the east brick garage wall, I'm concerned that this is going to be confusing to somebody down the road. And it's a very specific wall. It's the east wall. Would you be open to adding that?
Absolutely, Ms. Neufeld. That would be fine.
Okay, so those conditions as well as forestry number 1.
Correct.
And I think the build in accordance with the site plan is covered in that first condition. I think it's covered. Okay, so that's the motion then to include forestry number 1 and the conditions outlined in Mr. Higgins' letter dated March 22nd. And just to revise that fourth condition there to read the east brick wall, a brick garage wall. So that's moved by Mr. Bayat. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Nipfel, all in favor? So that carries unanimously, so the application has been approved with those conditions. Okay, so thank you,
Madam.
everyone. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, and try to have a good night. It's dinner time. All the best now.
Yeah, you too. Okay, thank you, everybody. Good night, and the committee stands adjourned at 6:12 p.m.
Yeah. Good night, all.
Bye,
Thanks,
guys.
guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you.